still searching for someone to lead me. Can you guide me to the revolt inside me? Promise surviving the breach. Promise surviving the breach in the sky. Temper igniting fire inside me.
Hello, and welcome everyone to Blue Span's Dota 2 stream.
Gone are the days of our peace. Now we reside in the great divide. No promise surviving.
Hello Lulu, hello Valdo. Hello Dubstep, hello Blend, hello Fire, hello Ryan.
Your turn to ban.
Volker nominated for banning already. Jesus.
5 seconds remaining.
Peace with our lives assured. Once we were not afraid of the dark. Once we sat in
Actually, I just made the coffee, Lulu, and it's burning hot, so.
and pride. Once we ran through the
Your turn to pick.
great stride. We had the demon's flight, so far from our
10 seconds remaining.
and from our lives.
5
Hey guys, I think
seconds
I'm gonna
remaining.
play Techies. Techies is really fun. Take it easy, play some Techies. Wanna pick a sport?
Your turn to pick.
Once we raised up
Okay, whatever, I don't even care. But yeah, fun watching Techies.
once we sat in the light of our dreams. Once we were in our homeland with strength and might. Once we
Hi Abhishek, thanks man. Thanks Lulu, best support.
Your turn to pick.
Frostbite hook combo.
so far from our children.
Have fun celebrating your birthday, Blend. Thanks, Dubstep. Hi, Luciano. Jungle LC, are we fucking serious now? Is that Jon Snow? You know nothing? Hi, BJ.
Enchanters, the time has come to be alive in the circle.
Your turn to pick.
What the fuck is go? Okay, look at this game, guys. So far, we have me here. We have Tide mid, and we have Jungle LC. This is like a fucking 1K game.
Enchanters remind the time
Hi, GG.
unwind, the
Do you think WASD hotkey settings is nth game for me? What?
will be the faithful and decree where a man will not retreat from the defeat of his fathers. Enchanters, the time has come for better lines. We will cut this knot of ties, and some may live and some may die. Enchanter, come to me. Enchanter, come to me. Enchanter, come to me. Can you
Same thing, right?
to see as you once were blind in the light? Now you can see in our strength we can rely. In history will not repeat.
Your turn to pick.
Enchanter, come to me. Enchanter, come to me. Enchanter, come
Hi, Danny.
Can you come to see as you
Actually, Viper is a great pick.
in the light now we will sing. In our strength we can rely, in history will not repeat. Ancient as the time has come to be alive.
Okay.
The circle of Magi where we will thrive with our brothers.
Who got problems?
The time will not unwind. The dragon's crooked spine will never straighten into line.
Hey, Raj.
What we plead,
Hello, Oscar. English only, okay?
a faithful and decree, where man will not retreat from the defeat of his father.
Dragon Age Inquisition's background music. Hi, Michael.
We will cut these knotted ties, and some may live and see.
I am Squeed.
I'm Spleen.
I'm Spoon.
To come to me.
You sure?
Quit arguing.
Prepare for battle.
This, my friends, is in the bag. Science.
Fucked ourselves already with picks. Yep. I mean, the first fucking pick was a techies. Okay, fine, whatever. But then Jungle Legion, I think we can blame that pick. Then we
Okay,
got
fine.
a mid Tide. How about Tide goes off and Quap goes mid? How about you two swap heroes if you want to play a core? I mean,
What?
yeah, all right.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, you know what
I love
else
the
is
Dragon Age
fun?
series, yep.
Winning.
I can't. Uh-oh. He's gonna frostbite and get you hooked.
Let's go.
The battle begins.
Oh, he has fucking rot.
Measurements made.
Bombs built.
Water's dry.
Okay, let's blow something up.
Oh, baby! Already first blood? Come on.
I think I still smell.
Yeah. Screw.
Whee!
Huh?
What?
Jungle
Let's
fucking
go.
Legion. SpongeBob SquarePants. Where the fuck? Oh, Alex. Oh, you don't want last hit? Okay, no problem.
Here, have one.
Fuck, dude, don't fucking miss last hit.
Ooh.
Oh, people know how to pull it? It's amazing.
Off we go!
Get him. Come on.
Oh man, you pussy, you blink already?
You're a genius.
Pussy out.
Let's go off.
Catch.
I'm lagging.
No,
I'm
we're
fucking
going.
lagging, man.
Jeez.
Jeez.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Ren, why are we using these kind of sound effects? And remember, just because you can use sound effects doesn't mean you should. I will fucking take that right away from you guys. Without any hesitation, alright? Did I update the Nani sound effect? Yeah, we don't have that pa-ching sound at the end anymore. Thankfully. Oh hey Podgy. Oh hey Podge. Oh yeah. Yeah. Man, these guys' teamwork suck. Crystal Maiden, Frostbite. We can kill these guys, huh? Pretty sure we can kill these guys.
Cold hand in mine.
Your top tower is under attack.
You sure?
Climb. Have some teamwork.
Your top tower is under attack.
We're going!
Jeez. That way. Nice.
Woo!
Mine.
This will do nicely.
Off we go!
Maybe I'll jungle for a little bit.
What was that?
I
Like
didn't
pop
see
get some
anything.
levels.
Get fast.
Ed?
Okay, man.
They're on it.
Yeah, my items. You guys want wards, right? You guys like wards?
Yes.
As your words will blind in the light that you can see.
That's interesting.
Strength we can
Is that for me?
It's for all of us.
Huh?
What?
You should gank mid.
Empress of fire.
The fuck is going on?
Of the lion, eclipsing the eye of the empire. We are Elysians. Empress of fire. We come to fight for the day you restore our heart and bring us to glory.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
Let's go!
Empress of fire, says the nation
Oh my god, what a fucking sick combo. I'm dead. Dude, seriously, I give more gold than TA? What kind of bullshit is that?
embraces with arms and dresses
What kind of bullshit is that? Hi, Xing Xing.
Yes!
Makto, you got your first job? Aren't you supposed to donate now? Oh, my mana.
Off we go!
So far, that season may come. We fight for
It's time to get ready. Congratulations.
Sit and watch.
Legion, look at this guy, bro. I understand you don't got your level 6.
Oh
but
my
you can
god,
just
she
jump in
fucking
here, bro.
lived, dude.
You have
The
duel.
green boots.
Come kill Bristle.
That's
No?
stupid.
Alright.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What? Wait, what?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wait, what? Fuck Crystal Maiden.
You sure?
Quit arguing!
Cunt.
In place!
Nice.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What do you do when you just put a mine there?
What was that?
I didn't see anything.
Thanks.
Let's go!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Huh?
What?
Oh, Pudge is here too.
Worthy tribute.
We're going, we're going!
Jeez.
Well, what the fuck?
Granted!
What the fuck, Crystal Man? You fucking cunt.
You sure?
Quit arguing!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Put a sentry down.
Come on!
Your middle tower is under attack.
We're going, we're going! Land it!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, I see what he's trying to
Your top tower is under attack.
Land it!
Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
do. 3-man gank with
Your
Ravage
top tower is
and
under
Sonic
attack.
Wave. Got him. We just killed TA, man. Can you stop spamming? Thanks.
We're gonna lose this fucking top tower.
Your top tower has
Wow.
been denied.
What did you expect?
Oh, there's no place left to farm now.
Oh, you know, you could also farm here.
Yeah, doesn't matter. You can't kill him.
Yes, land it.
BB strong early game. Surprised Pikachu?
Let's go!
Are you a fucking idiot, dude? That guy's a carry. He can fucking carry this game.
BB is a
The
carry.
reverse to farm the BB.
Okay.
Yeah, dude.
Yes,
Look it
he's
up.
a
I'm
carry.
serious.
You know what else is a carry? Tide's a
I'm gonna
carry.
guess you're an
Pop's a
Archon.
carry. Elsie's a carry. Dragon Knight's a carry. Pudge can be a carry.
You're a fucking-
Templar
I can tell.
Saracen can
You're an
carry.
idiot.
Goose is a
I
carry.
can already tell, bro.
Alright, why don't you have a look at my Dota buff and then say that again? Okay.
Yeah, alright. I'll take a look later.
The tower
Sounds
is
good.
under attack.
Oh, we're not fighting this? Okay.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
Self-centered.
The enemy's top tower has been denied.
Huh?
What?
You put the right views on that one.
Off we
Alright.
go!
Oh, did it look like we needed more people to take that tower?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
There was 3 people there. They denied it. You would have been there. We also would have killed the Pudge
I don't give
and
a
the
shit, man.
Bristle. And we would have got the deny.
There's a lot of questionable plays.
Yeah, like picking techies.
I mean, first pick techies.
Damn, man, I'm really actually surprised that you're fucking joking around about not knowing. I mean, maybe you're not. Maybe you're just really terrible, but you don't know that fucking Bristleback is a carry. You know, not every fucking
So what?
carry is like a
Okay, he's a
Spectre or
carry. So
PA.
what, man?
You know, Timbersaw is an example.
Okay.
Timbersaw is a fucking carry. Just because they
Okay,
don't right
okay,
click,
oh,
doesn't mean
is
that they're
Medusa
not
carry?
fucking carries. And Bristleback can actually build into a right-clicking carry.
Okay, great. What about Medusa? Is it okay if I stay down here to stop Medusa?
That way.
Exactly. What a fucking retard.
Mine. You sure?
Quit arguing.
Radiant structures are
We're
fortified.
going.
Let's find some words. It's fucking team though. Damn.
Wait, I'm trying to think. Check this out.
We can fight mid.
Not Jesus can save you.
Like that whole time. Man, whatever.
Like a tree.
We're not ready. Yes.
This is gonna be fun.
It's not
Regeneration.
time yet.
Set.
Here goes nothing.
Coming mid. Coming. Nice job. Thanks.
Good plan.
Hi, David. How you doing?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Mid is not a good idea. We don't have Ravage or Tide. Or Sonic Wave.
Damage on the fucking tower, man. TA is dead.
Yeah, but the other 4 are alive. Once again, you don't have Tide or Mina. And you don't have Sonic Wave.
Yeah, it's fine. He can purge us. We're
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Off we go! Light is here. See?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's go.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Set. Yes!
Good little mine.
Sentries everywhere, do you?
Whee! Planted. Woo!
We can fight this. I have ulti. Yeah, let's fight. We're good, we're good.
Off we go. Huh?
What? Careful. And set. We're going, we're going.
Hi, Donnie. Hi, guy who looks like a 12-year-old.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Alright, I'm going.
Worthy trick. Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Coming bottom.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You sure?
Carotide, you don't have many teammates.
She has no mana left.
Your bottom tower is fallen.
What a fabulous fight. Thanks, Oather. Hi, so again, I'm okay. How are you? Hi, Ferris. No more Invoker.
Blade mails. That's how we win this game.
Want to do Invoker for donation?
Are fortified.
Ching Shang.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Come on.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
That way.
Oh, we win. Nice.
We just killed like 3 people. Why is this mean that we go fucking farm? Why can't we just take a tower?
You guys actually should have taken Roshan.
Radiant structures are fortified.
What happened?
Yep, we're not gonna get anything, are we? Yep.
We're going.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Of course.
I can go ahead and meet this guy. Let's put one more in for good luck. One more. Alright, there we go. That's a good little mine.
You sure?
Quit arguing.
Here goes nothing.
What was that?
I didn't see anything. Let's go. Set and watch.
Pyramid. We're missing 2. Thanks.
Mine. I'll take that.
Bum, 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 bum.
Yes.
They don't have fudge. What the fuck's this guy doing? Damn, this is powerful.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has been denied. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Har 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 har. My fucking items, dude.
going?
Jeez.
Is that for me?
It's for all of us. Science.
Hope this works.
And done.
You sure?
Your top tower is under attack.
Holy shit, Yusa. I mean, Fa?
Your top tower is under attack.
Woohoo! Force step.
Fuck, man, I have to buy all the words this game.
Off we go!
Your top shrine is under attack.
What was that?
I didn't see anything. Aw, look at it.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine has fallen.
Set.
Good plan.
Off we go!
And just so.
So
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Just beautiful.
Regeneration.
yes! Careful!
Oh.
Top tower is under attack.
And I'm just shocked that they haven't tried to take Roshan yet.
Stop your way. Never trust us.
Woohoo!
Line in place.
Huh?
Arcane mystery.
Think that yes, yes, you are.
Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I'm so damn sleepy, guys. Oh, 2 of these are about to expire. 3 of these, actually. Need more. Dude, these guys never do Roshan, huh? Don't give a shit about Roshan.
Let's go. Just for you. Here goes nothing.
Come on!
You sure?
Quit arguing!
Who's it down line?
Huh?
Quack.
Sit.
So beautiful. Let's go. Huh?
Oh man, I did that in the wrong order. Why did I force that immediately? No, I need to jump in and force staff. I panicked, guys. I panicked.
Bounty!
Oh man, I totally could have gotten out of that. Yeah.
Let's find out. Off we go!
Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
There's nothing.
I'm dead.
Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen.
Blow up Roshan, force staff out. It's
Is under attack.
pretty simple, man.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Holy fuck, she's fucking alive. Yeah, you.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Oh my god. That was great. That was great. That was great.
Of divinity.
My entire game worth of feeding was worth it for that 1 second right there.
Off we go!
Man, these guys are just so weird. Like, they take Roshan way too late. I thought they would take this shrine before going top, but they just don't do things in the proper order.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
There's a good little mine.
Let's go.
Radiant structures are fortified.
No, please.
It's not time yet.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
No, please. Fuck you, man. You know, I should have suicide up the cliff or something like that.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks, the enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Oh my god! Wow.
And his name is John C.
Now that is a good sound effect right there.
Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine has fallen.
Holy fuck, I almost got hooked.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh man. Suicide Squad.
Unless we're talking war.
Hi there, Haku.
Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Kill them.
Your bottom barracks
Man, what an
are
epic game. You guys wanna know why we lost this game?
bottom barracks has
I know the reason why.
now has mechanisms.
The reason why we lost this game is because no one gave a shit. Yeah, you better buy that tome.
Your middle tower has fallen.
This Deuce is too powerful.
Middle tower is under attack.
Use your Yules, man.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
Nah, easiest dodge of my life.
Well,
Oh yeah, carry baby, that's why we lost. Holy fuck. Everyone on my team's so poor. Look at this. They have 3 people over 20k net worth, and then we have 13, 15, 11, 13, 13. Y'all motherfuckers suck dick. Whoa, 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 whoa. Do we need to time somebody out? Oh, thanks, Haku.
It's okay, bro. GG niece. Try.
Thanks, man.
TGIF.
TGIF. I don't know why my team has so many tanks. Here, you can look at pick order. But I will say this. It was 10th pick DK. And I picked first in my team. Yeah, me and LC picked one right after the other. Like, within 1 second. Yeah, we needed Viper for sure. Viper was such a good pick. Like, Viper disables TAs, side blades, split shot. It's called Bristleback, right? Or Spines. I don't even know what the ability is called. His passive. It's actually called Bristleback. Oh yeah, this is tied from last game.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds.
Oh, he
remaining.
banned my techies, motherfucker! I'm gonna ban his Tide. Both of our heroes got banned. Oh man, I don't even know what to do with my life anymore. I can't pick techies.
Your turn to pick.
Ooh,
Your
disruptor.
turn to pick.
So my team wants to play all the core positions ready. Random. All right. Bam, done. PL, motherfucker. Yo, what the fuck?
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
PL's pretty good against Mars. I could see it being both good and bad. Do I ever buy Holy Locket? Not really.
Your turn to pick.
Oh yeah. Dota is suffering. Well, he's not wrong. Yeah, you guys want AA game? Okay, tell you what. I will pick AA next game if you remind me, okay? Okay? Yo, what the fuck? I miss techies though, guys. I miss techies. There's something about techies that is just so beautiful. He's just not like the other heroes, you know? Actually, you can't really refer to techies as he,
Prepare for battle.
because there's 3 of them.
Is in the bag.
They are not like the other heroes.
Thanks. There.
Yeah, there's just something so beautiful and fun about techies. I can't quite explain it.
We see them.
Why would you need a petition if I've already agreed to it? It's like Junyi, it's like telling your girlfriend, who's already your girlfriend, hey, let's start a petition for you to be my girlfriend?
Smoke weed every day.
30 seconds to battle.
Let's start a petition for Trump to be
Good
president.
idea. Attack. We understand. Yes. Let's get
God, they're in.
first blood. And our great attack. We agree.
Oh, what a nice spear.
Forward. Keep there. We mount.
You're gonna die, huh?
As ordered.
Yo, what the fuck?
As needed.
Yo, what the fuck? What the fuck?
There. They cannot hide from us. Denied.
Alright, Smurf boy.
We will.
You fucking smurfer? You smurfing, boy? You smurfing? You smurfing?
East.
Fucking game ruining smurf? Fucking ruin games.
Your tower is under attack.
Sucker.
Now. Like spear.
What the fuck? Petition for me to play PL? I don't know if this is gonna go through, guys. I don't know if it's possible for me to play PL. Junior, you're not high. You're not even allowed to smoke marijuana.
Yes.
Fucking game runner.
We will. We shall strike. We will.
Oh, my stick is in my fucking stash! Oh my god.
No. Swarm. Numbers. Up. Without delay. We will. Yes. We march. We agree.
This guy's last hit's pretty bad for someone who is supposed to be a smurf.
We understand.
Maybe he's a support player.
We will. There. Easily. As ordered. Beware. Regeneration. We see. Good idea. Simple.
Yeah, his last hitting is actually really bad. No wonder he had no farm last game. Five minute runes.
We move.
Nah, he's gonna get it. And this is Ruffler just fucking standing there, man.
Yes.
Jesus.
Now. Such power. Our plans. For victory. Swarm. We shall strike. We rush. Onward. There. Forward. We march.
Stop it.
Yes. Listen, bottom. Quickly. We feel the rush. We move. Yeah. See them.
This guy sucks, honestly.
Your top tower is under attack.
We rush. We understand. No delay. We see. Yes. We will.
Wow, can I deny this already?
I deny. As ordered.
under attack.
Three top, no rotations. I don't understand why this bracket always thinks that they deserve or are entitled to rotations. What?
We understand. For victory.
Like, even if it's three top, you still have two. I mean, 3 versus 2? Boo hoo! 3 versus 2! Boo fucking hoo! Back in my day, we used to do 3 versus 1 as the offlaner. Jesus titty fucking Christ. Am I right, Julia?
A good idea. Quickly. Beware of soup. Nothing can stop the march. Attack.
Back in my day, we walked to school
Now.
uphill. Twice. Twice.
Onward. We march. We will. Easy.
Oh man.
We will.
Oh shit.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures
What the fuck?
are fortified.
See, this guy's hella bad. I told you. I told you he's bad. I told you.
Your top tower has fallen.
Like, this guy doesn't play PL. He's probably ancient at best. At best.
We agree.
So this is basically his bracket already.
For our cause. Into battle. Yes.
Back in my day.
Yes. As needed. We move.
Oh shit. Trying to gank me.
Quickly. We understand. We will. Now.
The other guy.
Stand against us.
He dead.
Small. As needed.
What do I farm? Farm nothing. Drink water.
We agree.
You want a tornado me, man? Go ahead. You know, let's fuck with it. Meatball! This is why you play every hero, guys. You play every hero.
Forward.
Jesus.
Our pike fire. Attack. We rush.
Hardest kill of my life. Oh wait a minute, this is, oh, I can kill this guy too.
Boy, fresh mate.
I'll go mid. Go next, go next. You have glimpse still?
Good idea.
Oh, this could be bad. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I want a rampage. Oh, I was controlling my illusion. Oops. Shh. Doesn't matter. I got my rampage. Meatball! Man, he's practicing Invoker.
And his name is John C.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know why I was controlling my illusion at the very end there. I could have walked away with that.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
We will.
Oh fuck, my dust. Oh, damn it. Take it, man, just take it. That's good.
Damage.
Your middle tower is under attack.
They cannot hide from us.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Now.
What do we want the stout shield in here?
Rush.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Easily.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fear not, Harrison. Good idea.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Forward.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
It's not time yet. We agree. We understand. We see them.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Quickly.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh, I'm dead. Damn it. Hi, Mel. Hello, Ming.
We move. For victory. Onward. A gift from the Tempest of Battle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It is right. All wands will break. We see. We will. Nothing can stop.
What the fuck?
Into the black seas of
Omni-Knight. Oh, dude. What the fuck is this guy doing? Man, I was just about to buy my ultimate orb, too.
Dire's structures are fortified.
no sorceries avail. Armor melts away.
So I like to be tanky.
Attack.
We will.
You know, you don't always want more damage when you're fighting, man. Sometimes you just want to be tanky. Seems really simple when I say it like that, doesn't it?
Attack.
All the damage in the world doesn't help you when you only have 1 HP.
Attack.
Yo, Legger.
Yes. Without delay.
I'm just gonna go for the eggs, Maelstrom build.
Good idea. There. Without delay. We move. As needed. Cannot hide.
You fucking little bitches.
We agree. We feel the rush.
Oh, one life for another.
We shall strike.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower
Oh, thanks,
is under
Conrack.
attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
We understand.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Sorceries
I'm
avail.
coming Omni Knight. Oh my god, that guy got away.
Now. We will.
Guys going into crybaby mode.
Simple.
Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up and play the game. Thanks.
Forward.
People make mistakes. Blah blah blah. What a fucking self-centered prick.
As ordered. We will. Into battle. Easily.
My bad, my bad.
Onward. No sorceries avail. Yes. Such simple.
Well, that's obviously worded.
We will.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Give up mid tower.
Delay.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Simple. Easily. We will. Dominating. Is over.
Uh-oh, that's a long stun. Yo, JT. Well, this guy's going for Radiance. Ah, the late game build. Omni Knight. He doesn't have Arena. Or any mana. Oh my god, that hook almost landed.
Checkmate!
Yeah, I guess they could take it pretty quick for trial.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Hey Octo, I'm not angry at all, man. I would suggest you practice reading emotions a little bit more.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Why are we taking this fight? I can't believe he picked Drow into PL.
We move.
Fucking heal me or something, dude.
As needed. Now. Yes. Fear not heresy. Heart of Tarask. As ordered. We see. No sorceries avail. Like spear. Quickly. We rush. Fearless. We agree. For a cause. We understand. Good idea.
Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Forget about bottom, it'll push itself out. I'm okay, I have heart, I have heart, I have heart.
Sorceries avail. Healing and attack.
Roshan's dead.
As
Remember we killed Drow?
needed.
This guy's not even worth your time.
without delay. Yes. We march. Chase this.
I think Crimson Guard's not that good of an item in this game, right? I mean, it's good for who?
We outnumber them all. We will. For victory.
They don't have Pudge and Mars for a while.
We see. We will find them. Beware us. They cannot hide from us.
Hey, Slaughter, you don't have to let me debate you.
Back into the fray.
What the fuck?
Will break.
Nah, he's kind of a waste of time. Let's go Omni Knight. He's a waste of time too. Let's get out of here, Omni Knight. You're gonna die. You stay.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Good idea.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go to the bathroom quick.
Time for a good scratch. This is Sparta!
Thanks, Vinny. Neil, thanks for subscribing. Thanks Lulu, thanks Haku.
Thank you. We will take them. Yes. We will. Simple. Easy. Regeneration. That's what we have. Strong.
I actually, oh,
We understand.
I wanted the extra intelligence. I want the
We move.
I wanted the extra agility on the illusion.
Your song has fallen to the radiant.
Talent. Us all. We wrap the armor of our mission. Take that. First mate. I'm under attack.
Careful.
We agree.
Hey, you guys should have been here, but it's okay.
A soldier's fortune.
Oh man, it's okay. I got tons of illusions.
Without delay. We see illusion. Forward. We will. We march. As needed. Quickly.
I'm cutting this guy off.
We agree.
These mob, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, I have a heart. Don't let me debate you.
No sorceries of the east. For children's.
Walk away, Morphin.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Fuck. Man, I don't know what to do. Can't help this guy.
We see. Our black fight. We understand. Onward.
Oh, you guys don't have buyback now.
Your middle tower is under
I have buyback.
attack. Radiant structures.
How many
are
night can you buy
fortified.
back? We can fight with the 4 of us.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen.
As needed. The armor of omniscience.
Your middle base has fallen.
Ha 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 ha, right?
All gods will yes. Chase this.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
We will.
Ha 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 ha.
Visibility. As ordered.
Your bottom shrine has fallen.
We shall strike. We see. Fear not, heresy. Good idea.
Hey, this is enough. This is enough. This is enough. We don't want to fight near the front.
Radiant's courier has been destroyed. Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's middle barrel, the enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Sorceries avail.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Ha ha. Suckers. Anyone have this travel?
Chase this.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Didn't I have problems with you before? For the record, I second randomed PL. So suck my dick. And I don't play PL at all. Ha ha. Anyways, if you don't know how to respect in this stream, you're gonna get banned, okay? Dr. Nam Dota PhD here. The item you need to purchase the was the Nyx Assassin who could apply a Lotus Orb on you. Fuck, why didn't I buy Nyx Assassin? Thanks, Johannes. Heard you the first time. Yeah. Second random. I just played techies. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to play AA now, right? Alright, the people who want AA, you guys here? Junyi? Hey, you two here? GG Zackers. Hi, Mr. Meme. Hey Devil, I don't think you were born in 1993, man. Because if you are, you're a pretty entitled 25-year-old. But it's okay, man. Just take it easy, okay? Lower your expectations. And we'll get along just fine. How bad is this win rate, Julia? How bad are we talking? MMR is 3K on this account. Oh, did he actually say that, Alex? Jesus. Entitled probably used million times on people? Okay, so what are you trying to say? You know what else is used millions of times on people? The word asshole. Jesus. 25 years old, entitled and begging, huh? Jesus Christ, man. No dignity? It's okay to have a bad win rate. Yo, Chinese guy. Hey, Zackers, say please. How long have I played Dota? More than 10 years. Octo, are you the same MMR? With this account, I mean. Zackers, say please. I'm not saying that again. Hi, Kyrule. Spirit Breaker, best hero. Do you have any opinions on that, Namdota? Hey, crazy, I'm from Canada. Try not to advertise here, okay? Good job, Mr. Meme. Yeah, Mr. Meme, say please. There you go, guys. Keyboard in description of stream. How is playing in Portuguese Dota a little different? Agung, English only, please. Glad you like the win rate. Yeah, yeah. Play solo rank. What do you think I'm doing right now, Mark? Oh my goodness. Hey, no toxicity today, okay? Krishna, are you saying that PL is not a complex hero? Wow. Is this a song from the game Divinity? Yeah, it is. Would you like to make a donation for your demand, Mark? I think we've talked about this many times, right? You come into the stream, you make demand after demand after demand, and we say the same thing to you every time. We're like, sure, man. Would you like to make a donation for your demand? And the answer is always the same. It's okay at WIWS. PO is complex, but not for me. Excuse me?
5 seconds.
How do you know it's not complex for me? I never play that hero. Oh, that guy ended up getting banned, huh? I believe this word's been used millions of times on people, but asshole. Sucker. I'm playing A, by the way.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
What did he end up saying, Lulu? I wanna see how much of an asshole he is. Did you use your YouTube money to buy all of your gear? Yeah, you could say that. Proof that MMR means anything? Hey, Conrad, you have grammar problems, and that makes it hard to understand.
Your turn to pick.
Bam, bam, Billy.
Your turn to pick.
Fuck you, tiny rude Chinese, huh? Yeah. That's a person who doesn't know how to make friends for sure. And at 25 years old, oh my goodness. You could have one 4K account and a 2K account. Yeah, obviously, Harold could have a 9K account or 8K or whatever, but that doesn't mean MMR isn't indicative of skill. Your real MMR is indicative of your skill, okay, Alex? Foster? Let's not talk about Smurfs, man. Let's just talk about your real MMR. Buying accounts is pathetic. Whoa, 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 Alex! Why are you being so nice to him? Eggplant, really? Same thing, Strange One. Same thing. Nothing's changed. Still pathetic. You know what, Alex? Okay, my bad. Good job. Keep it not so spicy. No, this is a good change for you. A little bit too spicy sometimes, you know? Lelio today is good. Except for my techies game.
Prepare for battle.
I don't have a best role, I play everything. You tell him, Julia. Alex, you are close it. LOL. What? No, you cannot donate sweet message for
30
demands.
seconds to battle.
Find me still searching.
Good job, Zacharias. Be happy with your MMR. And Mar doesn't really matter anyways.
Guide me to the revolt inside
Stay at ours. Stay at ours,
The
ancient.
battle begins.
Okay. He has boots.
in the sky.
Dude, my last game, we had a Jungle Legion from minute 0, which is not too bad, but my support and our offlaner were both threatening to rage quit. And we started off
Do you
0 and 9.
Do you guys even know how they calibrate right now? I got a friend playing techies that went straight divine just because they base it not only by the way you win, it's how much GPM you have compared to the others. So if you're playing support and you calibrate it, you're disadvantaged. Like if you're playing Pulse 5, all you're calibrated, it's bad.
Can you... Dude, can you stop tank... Hey man, don't tank the range creep. Oh, God. So the two people who wanted to see this hero are not even here, huh? Oh god, come back. Oh god, more. I need more to come. Oh my
Yeah,
god, what?
Ward, we can farm that guy.
A stupid fucking chain of events.
Once we sat in our kingdom and pride. With great strides, we held demons' flight, so far from our
Alex, you're trying to say that the people who wanted to see this hero is not here? Oh.
First blood?
I only see a crystal.
Ah, no blood.
once we raised once we set once we were
Your middle tower is under attack.
Pulling. I can't help you kill because you do not understand creep equilibrium. English only, please. Wait, okay. Oh, Juggernaut. Oh my goodness. Nice.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sorry, Julian. What did you say? What did you say, Julian? Can you say that again, please? Do you have statistics on that? Seriously? There's reach in bottom if you want to do so.
You have my thanks. As you say. Regeneration.
Hey, do you remember when I asked you a question? Oh, oh man, I looked away for a half second and oh, Jesus. Oh, nice.
Dude, I thought I had misclick and he fucking stood there. He thought I would go down.
Shit, I have mind tricks.
I don't know where Sven is.
Missing middle.
Hey, you can drag that wave over here, Jug, and spin this. Can you spin this?
I'll just do it without the.
Here, drag it over. Just trust me. I can amplify your damage, you know. Value spin, you farm two camps at the same time.
I'm dying. I'm gonna use ward and spin.
Who are you, bro? BSJ? Trying to do things optimally?
Just stack again? Is
my
it
bad.
4 stack?
My bad.
Can you stack again?
Yeah. Yeah, okay, you can take it. Wait, let me stack. Wait.
Oh boy.
Oh, baby.
Your top tower is under attack.
Eclipsing the eye of the empire of we are Elysians.
That's you projecting because you don't trust your teammates and you think you carry better than others. You know, Philip John, that's you projecting. So you think that you're a better carry than your team, so you don't trust your team to carry. So you don't think that you can play support. So generally, you
He's
take that
so
position
bad.
away from them.
Fuck, he's bad. He's so fucking bad.
Maybe you're just really good, man.
Maybe. But I will really doubt it. I
Your
doubt that.
middle tower is under attack.
Now, Philip John, I actually trust my team, so I don't necessarily.
Somebody just TP top.
I don't necessarily think that I'm a better carry or a support. I think we're all equal.
Fucking get that tower now.
Okay.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
Hey, yo, Valdo.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, fuck. BH anyways.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dude, I think we can get 2 guys. If you fuck with them, don't just play defensive. We're pushing so hard bottom right now.
The enemy's bottom tower
Fuck.
Oh,
has
fuck.
fallen. Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, there's PA. Good. I thought he was gonna jump me. Bet he was.
How's he faster than me with fucking tranquils?
Yo, we got the tier 2 tower in 1 push at 300.
Bounty's here somewhere.
Yeah, that's a treant. That was such a fucking bad ult.
Oh
Oh shit.
my god.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You know, Philip John, I understand that you're trying to be, what's the word? Motivating,
Your bottom tower is under attack.
but you actually, the consequences of your actions, or the effects of your actions, is the opposite.
Can we fight bottom? Can anyone TP with me bottom? I got my ult and everything.
I'm here.
The PA? But she's gonna blink on bounty probably.
I don't have a blink or anything.
Yeah, anyways, it's what you're doing is called a backhanded compliment, Philip John. And let me give you an example of a backhanded compliment, okay? I'm not Korean. Ouch. Hey Lulu, that dress looks great on you, even though you're a little fat. Hey
Your
Gaben.
middle tower is under attack.
Actually, hey Mr. Senpai, you're pretty handsome, even though you're short. Like, do you see how I simultaneously complimented someone and insulted them at the same time? That's exactly what you did, Philip John. I mean, you could just say, oh, hey, Bluespan, your carry is great, man. But no, that's not what you said. You're like, your carry is great, but your support, you lose most of your games. You see what you did, man? Understand that's probably not what you're trying to do, but that is what you did. Oh my goodness.
Fuck, dude.
Alright, I got him.
Nice job.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Sarcastic compliment? You could call it that.
I'll take that as true.
Okay. Gavin, I was gonna say, you're pretty handsome,
Easy
even
tower,
though you're
tower,
short.
tower.
I might have said something like that, but
You got a catapult?
you know, it's
Go.
just, nah, it's not classy. Philip John has left the server. The truth hurts too much. Anyways, you can just make the
Your
compliment.
thing?
I land one. Oh, you did. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. BH is gonna get me. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower.
Ah! Slaughter! Corrosive Haze!
Go, boy!
Get
You
him!
can do it!
Bake him away, toys! Bake him away! Oh no!
I don't believe.
Hex.
You're so dead. Oh, push bottom? Loser, I don't know. I'm gonna get chased up. Or not.
Did I even use my Midas? Damage AT. But you don't understand. Oh my goodness.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! Oh yeah, baby! Got him.
お前はもう死んでい
There
る
you go. Great sound effect.
お前はもう死んでいる何
You love Asians? Good. I'm an Asian.
Lion teams.
That's right, Ascalon 44. That's right.
Once I get that thing, if you ward the map, I'm gonna boom. Is it?
Okay, man. You spent a lot of time hiding this shit up, huh? It's okay, Philip John. I forgive you. Thank you for apologizing. Most people don't know how to apologize. They're like, no, fuck you. you're calm down, bro. Don't be so sensitive. Like they just start like making excuses to justify their behavior, basically. Pisses me off. But as an adult, if you just say that was my bad, you know,
Pushing bottom.
I won't do that again. I understand that I came off the wrong way. Then you seem extremely mature. I don't know what I'm buying next. Still thinking about it. Should play by wards though. If I want to win this game. If I want to win. Recourier, whoever's using it. You know, Ghost Scepter is a fucking amazing item in this game, huh? Nah, yeah, I mean, actually, Atos, Seals are both awesome items, right? But I'm gonna be real with you guys. It's not fun, okay? It's not the fun build. I just want to blast bitches, you know?
Fucking juke is ping, man. I juked the stun, but
oh my god.
I thought I was gonna.
Maybe you should have TP'd out.
Yeah, probably. It's kind of nice though. It's Lion that got me, so I guess you get more damage in his ult, but the gold goes to the baddie, level 9. What the fuck?
I guess I'm getting Blink now.
Now you're getting Blink?
You should. We should be able to initiate really fast. Because they kind of have a scary... No, we have a decent late game too, I guess. We just need an eye.
Late game is better than theirs, I think. I think too, but PA can be, you know... Sven too, man. If you get crits...
Mine.
I mean,
Yeah, true. They might be better late game, actually.
Oh, that guy's got an Orchid. Where'd he go? Alright, chasing. Use your Quelling Blade. Don't worry, I got this.
good job.
Thanks.
I was trying, man. I got stunned right when I told it.
We can go more, guys. You leave me. Bounty Hunter just TP to their shrine. Bounty Hunter Lion Sven here.
Boom, baby! Just gotta hit the line once.
We need to regroup, get her up. Oh shit, you dead, man. It's bad, actually. I got my ult in 10.
Yeah.
At least hit. Oh no, you did the last.
Oh,
You did the
fuck.
worst.
Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh
my
fuck.
god.
Oh fuck,
Yep.
oh fuck. I don't even have TP.
This is really bad, actually. That was so bad.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh! Oh yeah, so fun.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the
That
down.
was a really quick Roshan.
Your middle tower.
They're about to come kill me. They're gonna kill me.
I kinda get one-shotted too. I mean, I still got my ult. I just don't want to pick up a. I don't want to dive.
Oh my god, this techies, dude. He is so
This
not
man
objective-based
goes there,
gaming.
Maybe I can bait him. Oh, bait, yeah, bait whoever.
Oh yeah, they're looking for me. Oh fuck that shit.
Fuck, man.
Out of here.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Beach is somewhere around here, I'm sure.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Wow.
Ooh, they have vision here.
Mine. Probably put down some words.
We really need you to be tanky, Slar. Someone has to be able to sort of.
Oh, what
shit.
the fuck?
Here, yo.
Did you see where I went, guys? I disappeared. I don't understand.
No, wrong way.
Where did I go? Like, what happened to me?
What?
Wow. Seriously?
Fuck you, man. Holy shit.
Oh, we have glitch
She
there.
fucking dodged 2 of my attack in a row and then crit. Fuck you, bitch.
Your top tower is under
I was looking over here. I was gonna like combo line and then
attack. Are fortified.
I was gone. Nah, this techies.
I'm gonna get Blink AC. They have vision here as well. What the fuck?
Where?
Can we ward that? Right here. I got hit by a thing here.
Interesting. Okay.
Probably here.
Man, I just splattered.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I almost have Blink.
Your bottom tower
Maybe
is under attack.
We kinda need to pick up a good team fight, guys. They out XPing us so hard. We need to.
I need to get my Blink. I'm very close.
Yeah, you do.
Of course.
Guys, I'm from Canada. At least I feel safe in this area, you know? Hey, techies, I want you to watch this, okay?
Well, bam,
Nice.
that's it.
Good job. Good job, Viddy.
I have Blink now.
Oh, look at me! I am an innocent little AA just farming in lanes so
Look, man,
far
I need
away from
dust.
base.
I want dust. I can buy one. Oh, I don't have enough gold.
This is an interesting beat.
Kill this
build.
bounty?
I am Asian.
Yeah, but I'm marked, man. I need to remove it.
Spend no god strength,
I
no
cannot
god
follow
strength,
you.
no god
I
strength.
cannot. Whoa. Wait a bit.
You
wait
can
a bit.
kill them, man.
Mark the other guy.
Well, then if we go,
No, I
later, we're
can't.
not gonna
I
go.
had the creep, man. I had the creep. I would have all the creep. That would have been bad. My
No,
ult
the
would
creep
have been
was right
nothing.
here. You fucking pussy. You fucking pussy.
Well, that was
Can you put your thing again? I just need to be spread out of the creep, man.
You want
I need
me to put
be
my thing
solo
in again?
targeting shit.
There's more creeps coming. Can we get another person here? He's not gonna come down here anyway.
I'm there in spirit. And in ability range. Man, this Ghost Scepter so far has saved me 0 times. Oh. shit.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Duza, man, you're so far away in the back, bro. You need to be a bit closer to damage when we're alive, man. Alright. Alright. Well, 2 died. Ben
Hey,
died.
bait that. You have mines there. Bait him. Bait him.
Again.
Bait him. Do some.
Yeah, you should. Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh baby.
Why?
Oh baby.
Oh boy. Oh man, come on, Dusa, come on. Go, 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 no, go, go, go. She's up. Yeah, she got the upper end. She's so tanky. Menta.
You're getting sucked good, man.
Yeah, you're getting sucked pretty good. You could have just Menta and go in, man. You had this. Like, easy, they had nothing left.
You know what he's trying to say? He's saying that you're a fucking pussy!
Yeah, you are.
Hey, Dusa, can you get that banner in for us? Oh man, I gotta pee again? Jesus Christ. Damn it, Haku. I play this game for you. You're not even here for 30 minutes of the game. God damn it. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Fuck, dude.
Last of the old god.
Oh my god, that's so bad.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I think we lost.
That's a bad push.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm tilted right now. Fuck.
Job, techies.
Dude. Why don't we
Why
have
you-
like an MKB? Jug, what are you building, dude?
I'm using you to help me farm.
A diffusion, but
Why?
yeah, I
Why
need
not
an
an
MKB really soon. Yeah, but
We have
build
no
a Solar
silver or any
Crest.
shit.
Yeah, build a Solar Crest. Gonna be good too.
You told me you're getting Solar Crest? I'm getting AC. I thought.
AC is really good, but Solar Crest is sooner and you
Come on, come on, come on, come on! Yes!
Yeah,
Yes! Yes!
Nice kill.
Thank you. Give me more stasis techies. See, I told you guys I don't want to go 8 tills Yule shit. We just spend the bare minimum money on survivability, and then we go fucking
Never mind.
boom
Solar Crest
headshot
has
kind of
been
build, you know?
changed, man. Alright.
Fucking serious.
Yeah, don't build that. Yeah, don't build it.
See, now we have eggs.
It doesn't remove the dodge anymore. It used to give you like precision or something. Like you remove
Thank
like
you, thank you.
50% or something like that.
What damage do we do?
We need to
450.
get her up with big
I think I can
Just
farm
one
entire
shot
waves
people
with
who
this,
can
huh?
do it and play defensive after that. Otherwise, he's just gonna do it to us.
Vision here.
Your top tower
He doesn't. Yeah, go. Go, go, go.
I got him! I got him! Kill him! He's frostbitten! Get that frostbitten motherfucker!
Go, go, go. Yo, team, don't let me die.
Let him die.
Go, go, go.
Let Juggernaut die.
Go, go, go.
Blink
Let him
in
die.
2 seconds. How did he?
Get this,
go, go,
get this
Lion.
lion, guys. Come on.
I'm baiting him. I'm baiting him with my ass. Come on, boy.
Damn, that's...
Come on, boy.
That's,
Oh, shit.
scrumptious.
Help me. Please, Lord. Jesus, Lord. Oh, yeah.
Jesus can't save you, man.
Oh, yo, yo,
I'll
yo.
save you,
Yo,
though.
Jesus not gonna save us that
Why are we
deep.
backing off?
It's too deep. Even Jesus
Fucking
says,
pussy.
yeah, you deserve it. Fucking pussy, bro. Oh, shit.
God damn, this is what...
No, no, I don't like that.
I like
It's really bad. You like
Come on,
it
Slaughter.
like that?
Do something, man.
Damn, baby.
Come on, Slaughter.
like
Stop being pussy.
Oh. Oh.
There you go.
Yeah.
It all works out when you stop being a pussy, guys.
I
Never
was
been a
born
pussy.
not a pussy.
Never been a pussy. That was
dire structure.
That was great. Great job, AA. It's okay, Techie's got it. Dude, no, 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 Techie's got it.
Go.
Alright then.
Techies go.
Enemy's top tower has fallen.
Come back, Jug. Come back. Fine.
I'm already here. It's just we're not pushing. I could have go farm there. Why did you tell me to stay?
Because I miss you.
You can do other shit. You don't need to go all the way back bottom. Techies, will you go bottom, dude?
Yeah, but why would Tiki take that lane? It's so huge, easy farm for me or Duza. I don't know. Anyway, I don't give a damn.
Me neither.
Techies, if you're
So I
not
bought this
gonna
item.
like come back here and nuke this wave when we're pushing, like, what are you doing? That's how you gotta learn how to techies, bro.
I can ult again. Can do my big fat ulti again.
Oh look what I found.
You're roshing? Oh.
You gonna do something about it?
Oh my god.
Yo, Techies, what are you doing? Get out of here.
Man,
Didn't get
fucking
ulti
full
off, bro.
stun,
What the
man.
fuck?
I couldn't. I was stunned, man. Fully stunned.
Alright, I didn't have blink, bro.
I got stunned
Oh,
from
you
his
can't get
dagger,
ulti off
and
on
then
any
he
of our
fucking
cores.
blinking. And
What
then
the
he
fuck?
fucking
I can't
used
even
that
go
and the other
scepter!
guy stunned me, and I fucking died. I'm so tilted. I was gonna ult, man. That was the first thing I was trying to do. I got fucking stun locked into death. And
Oh,
why
boy.
you there,
I'm so
bro?
dead.
Yeah.
Forgot about Nature's Prophet. Yeah, well, Bounty was actually walking home. We didn't press R on either of our cores and we lost. Yeah, I know. Bounty was on me. That's why Nature Prophet knew where I was. Should have thought about that.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Now,
I've come to talk with you again.
Holy fuck. Bam.
Your
Oh,
middle tower is under attack.
Get ready, motherfucker. Come on, Sven. A bit closer, Sven. Come on. That
Your
might about to
middle
go
tower
down.
has
Bam.
fallen.
Good job, boy. Good job, my boy. Gonna wait for you all. Gonna wait for you
Your
all.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
If I go there, I'm dying. Like, gonna wait.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Are we going? Are we close enough? No. I'm not going there for this fucking catapult. Fuck that.
press R, please. Press R, please, sir.
Uh-oh.
Your top tower is under attack.
Go,
Oh my god, my fucking Ghost Scepter, man! Most useless
Man up.
purchase
Big
2019.
Big Balduzo, come on! I like it like that. Ah,
Your
baby.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy a Neon Disc at this point.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Actually, no, I don't want to buy it. No, I'm just gonna fucking press my Ghost Scepter 2 seconds ahead of time. 2 seconds! So that way it only lasts 2 seconds when they start killing me.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I would totally blow one of those bombs up to get that turn. Juggernaut's a pussy. There's like 2 alive and he just backs off, doesn't farm it. We have serious vision problems this game. Who the fuck is warding? Junya, you're fucking late as shit. You want AA, and you're not even here. E-Blade sounds great. I'm gonna die warding. Oh, please. Okay.
Oh yeah. Getting this.
That's nice flows.
Another rune incoming. Can we group up, smoke, and shit on someone? ODD. Come on, boy. Come on, my boy. Oh, she got Daedalus. That's really good. She's fucking geared up. Let's protect her ass. Go mid. Let's go, Big Dooza. Let's go, Big Dooza mid.
Bottom.
Don't know
Maybe
why
go
you're
bottom.
farming. You got them all. You got them all, bro. Then need 6 gold. Just gonna be time and you're gonna have it. Let's go. Mid, everyone.
I think we go
should be
bottom.
mid.
I think tier 2
I
bottom.
think, nah,
should be our
just go mid. Just go fucking mid. Easier to escape. Let's go.
Go bottom. It's more dangerous. I think bottom tier 2 is the safest objective we can take.
Yeah, but
Is it not?
and we can get circle there, and if they got a ward, they get the upper end. It's
Circle?
easier to just fall back by there.
No, it's also
I want to
easy
get a team.
flanked.
Oh, there, yo. Team, can we be mid? We would have shit on that Sven right there.
I don't have a 2000 blink range.
I know, but we're just farming right now. Everybody's farming and circling around the base like this.
Bottom.
Yeah,
let's
we
go.
get there. We get her. We get her. We get that bitch.
Seriously? Got him.
What? What?
Illusion.
Really?
Kage Bunshin, you know?
Tankiest illusion I've ever seen.
That was one tinky ass illusion. Got that. Oh,
Let's go. Let's go bottom.
I like that. Let's go.
Or mid, whatever.
Bye bye, hello. Let's go. Oh God, save me, Lord. Help me, Lord, Jesus, Lord. Oh,
You're dead.
Okay. Well, Dooza,
There's
you're
no
really
Jesus.
in a good position right now. I like your positioning right now. And she's gonna get
Sit bash.
circle. Look at that. Look at that. They all coming for Dooza. That is no. I don't know, man. You got all the items. Oh no, okay, you got one more space. I guess you're gonna join us after that. You said mid, you didn't say shit. I said mid 20 times and nobody went mid. I'm the one.
Alright, well, we gotta push
Whatever.
lanes before we go mid, boys. We can't push lanes with them at our fucking towers.
Like they were nowhere close, man. Come on. They were just there.
So these creeps don't get
And
affected by
always
the
TP
DOT,
there,
huh?
and we got some mine. I'll buy a smoke if we need to, but
Can you buy some words for us?
yo.
Thanks, man. Got it. Hey, techies, maybe you should put a single remote mine, or a lot of remote mines, in the Roshan pit.
TI9 winning strat.
What the? Somebody's stalking me.
Can I give you the smoke? Oh, help her. Yo, ult. Ah, fuck. Help her. I fucking work for you. You alive, bitch.
Alright, GG.
Not anymore. Can you buy back? Buy back now if you can. Oh, wait.
Dude, nice throw, Dusa, man. You suck. Nice carry.
Fuck, man.
Not playing with buyback at 44 minutes. Good job, dude.
Yeah, did he finish his Daedalus instead?
Your Daedalus was so critically important. Yeah, so what? You gotta play with buyback. It's 44
Here
minutes.
comes the toxicity, the
You're
blame
a fucking
game.
5-slotted Dusa. Like, learn how to fucking play, dude. You just cost us the game.
Don't worry, guys. We have techies.
They're gonna have a
Whoa!
side,
That
but
that
not-
PA
yeah.
has DD. He's looking to jump you
Oh,
guys.
God.
Yeah, just stay back. Techies will
Yeah,
do.
I'm just gonna get.
Yeah, just
let's
let
go
techies do
aside
it.
then.
Don't fuck this game.
Yeah.
Oh, they bought a gem. Oh, he bought Egg Scepter. Oh, I have never seen this side of myself. See, that gem is
Radiant
useless here.
structures are fortified.
Okay.
You fucking BKB to go do a couple hits on the tower? That was so bad. Can we fight him again? I mean, when Duza's gonna be up. He was scared getting one-shotted by you, Tickies. How is it to be fear like this? You got it, Spaceman. Can
Awesome,
you
dude. I can't
drop
believe
this-
neither one of you guys have buyback, and we don't even have an MKB on Jug. Are you serious?
Doesn't
I'm
have
not
MKB?
fine.
Get me out of this.
For the
Get
last
me out of this.
15
Oh
minutes.
my god.
Diffusal.
You're not gonna do it like
Get me
that.
out.
You're not gonna do it like that, man. Come on.
Oh no, you're right. I'm not gonna do it like this. You're right, dude.
You need to carry first.
I rolled, bro. I fucking lost.
Yeah, I
The rest
know.
of this
I
game,
know.
Jumping
I know.
lion when you tell me to jump, and then we all fucking die.
That was
shouldn't
one
be listening
time.
to you at
Don't
all.
blame it on me. That was one time. And after that, all the farm was
Fucking
on
lost.
Duza, and she was not
Fucking
manning.
lost.
No, we didn't lose yet. That's a bad attitude, man. Come on. If it's so easy, if it's a fucking low bracket, prove it right now. We can outplay them so hard right now. We got damage on Duza and me. And you,
Dude,
for
the
sure.
game is at 46 minutes. You went Battle Fury, and our position 5 went Midas. I did my job. It's
I
Why?
you guys. It's up to you guys now. You guys.
Whatever. I'm gonna mute you. You're so tilted right now. You're gonna become toxic.
What?
I'm used to toxicity, and I mute it all the time. Bye bye.
Wow.
Let's win this game, guys. Go.
Oh, I'm totally ready. See, I knew this game was gonna go far and long because we have techies, so I bought Midas. Well, Techie's 25, but he hasn't chosen his talent yet.
I have 1,000 plus 1,000 night vision. You guys want to just take off? Can we just kill Lion real fast? I can jump him.
Trying to get the AoE, you know?
Just kite the BKB. Kite the BKB. Oh my god.
Your bottom barracks is falling. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Why are you pinging the ancient, man? Are you serious, Duza?
Bro, why do you
Are you
kite
fucking
like
serious,
Sven's
dude?
fucking BKB? He BKBs
Why are
and
you
walk up to
pinging,
him.
man? You don't even have a BKB, man. You went Daedalus instead of BKB, and you're not manning up for many times now. Don't be an asshole right now.
Nice, nice team.
So fucking close, man, to
Clueless team, dude.
cannot buy back.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh man, yo. Oh, what up?
Your middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, it's over. Damn. Bro fed is fed too. They're all fed, to be honest. They all 6-slotted. That's the problem. You got so much more farm.
Has fallen. Your top tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your top
Oh my god.
Dude says you suck.
You dead, Sven? You dead? I'm dead too.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Wah wah. Holy shit, that the slaughter is actually so poor. I just realized. He has half my net worth. And why is he so angry? Was he supporting this game? Fuck no, he wasn't. He's just really poor. 278 GPM. Ah. Alright, I'm gonna play mid, maybe, hopefully.
To ban.
What a shame. I was definitely on the edge of my
5
seat with those
seconds
techies
remaining.
plays. It never occurred to me that it was possible for you to auto-los a game at the draft phase
Your
due to
turn to pick.
techies pick. Close game.
We're playing Invoker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your donation. Yeah, I can't do anything in that last fight. Whoa! I put my icon first. Where are you going, Lulu?
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Hi, Romel. I haven't looked into your issue. I don't know about Unjustly, because I didn't look into it. But what you did say the other day was a little cruel, man. Oh man, we're so squishy, dude. We're so squishy. Oh my goodness.
Surely this time techies will get 5 heroes and a cluster of remote mines and everything will work out perfectly. That is definitely what is going to happen.
Prepare for battle.
It's in the bag.
And if it does happen,
Thus and so.
yeah, I'm not a fan of this draft.
Unto battle.
Oh man, I wish I'd see more of this area for the punch hooks.
So it is said. Such tedium.
Romel
30
apologizes,
seconds
guys.
to battle.
Away hence.
You apologize to me, but I don't really know. I think JT and Alex. Oh, okay, let's just say JT. Okay, JT was a bit upset at you. Maybe, I don't know. Once again, I don't really look into these kind of things. I'm more of a hands-off kind of guy.
So begins a new age of knowledge. Fine. I am committed.
Actually, I need this music off so I can concentrate. Shadow Fiend can snowball, you know?
Yes. No. Of course. Tis tedious. Concentration. This bores me. I proceed. Ow. With speed. As needs be. And in exhort, quas exhort. Nigh unto death. Ill luck upon you. Demised. The learned one strikes. Orbs light my path. I'll keep it in mind. Over yon. Well away. Hither I from the great mystery. An incantation long remembered. Someone protected prison. Away hence.
Oh my god, my wand and my fairy fire, man. Oh, that's sad.
I'll keep it in mind.
Fuck, it's got a bottle now.
Athwart my path. Knowledge is power. Plucked from the arcanery.
Shadow Fiend bottom getting ruined.
It's not time yet. Over yon. Denied.
Target's top.
Behold. Mindful. Such tedium. Yes. I'm well aware of it. Avowedly.
That denies not worth it.
So it is arcane ravagers of armor and will. An honor to fight me. Of course. I am committed. This bores me. My mind is my arcanery. You dare fight me?
Illusion again? And haste? Oh my goodness.
Is mine.
Element enlightenment stands ready. Denied.
Fuck.
Concentration. With speed.
Can I use the Curie first? Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
As needs be. Well aware. Augur, an ally from naught. Hither I go. My totality eclipses the column. A rich tradition. Thus and so. True arcanery thrives. Sadron's
Your middle tower is under attack.
Please die, as you well know. A Charcoal's most cunning fabrications. I'll not be interrupted.
Shadow Fiend might be bottom.
I proceed. A celestial inferno. Fine.
There he is.
One of my favorites. Experience true swiftness.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Light my path.
Your top tower is under attack.
I need a ward.
Thither I runs of forges of alacrity. Who threatens my concentration? The learned one strikes. Such as negation. Hearken unto me. Behold. Concentration.
Got him.
The skies set you aflame. I am committed. Knowledge is power.
Wow.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Illusion. Thus and so. Such tedium.
Shadow Fiend's top. Shadow Fiend somewhere in there.
An honor to fight. Exhort, quas exhort. Exhort, ex exhort. Over yon. Running from the great mystery. I'm with wax, exhort. Exhort Trionis.
Bitch. And I got your tower.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Thank you. Wait on Kerr. My Midas is coming.
So it is said.
I'd like to shrine bottom if anyone wants to join.
Upon you. Zeal and exhort. Orbs light my path. Witness grief, elemental, experience truths peculiar.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Well away. Unto battle.
Invisibility bottom. Shadow Fiend's gonna grab it.
Avowedly. They rule the day they crossed.
Shadow Fiend might be on top of me right now.
It's tedious.
Get back.
I'll not be interrupted. The spell. Wax, exhort. Athwart my path. Breathe. I'll keep it in mind. Forthwith.
Oh god, this guy's so fucking dead.
You dare what? Wax, cross, wax.
Oh.
I'm not ready. Yes. Mindfully. Away hence. Pretty spherical sorcery. Who threatens my concentration? No matter. With speed.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So moot it be. From deep within, zeal of Wexhort. This bores me. A charming hex.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
What my favorites. I proceed. My mind is my arcane.
Oh my god, wrong spell. Oh, fuck. I thought I pressed invoke button. It should have been meatball. Oh, fuck.
Swell away. Witness the Wexort. A spell I will remember. Toss Frigoris.
Ease, thanks for subscribing. Nice. Oh, the tech keys just get triple kill? Hey!
Of course. You dare fight me? Fine.
Oh.
Spirit. Time to punch. Fight me. As needs be. Knowledge is power. True arcane thrives.
Go.
Fuck.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'll keep it in mind.
Your top tower is under attack.
Unto battle.
Hi, Hugh. Welcome back to this channel.
Experience true swiftness.
We can try.
Nigh unto death. Wex exhort. An honor.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Forthwith. Thus and so. Oh, scepter. Seal of Wexort.
Sure.
'Tis tedious. Aye.
They're so cautious, man.
Your
Holy
bottom
shit.
tower is under attack.
Away hence.
Damn.
Experience true swiftness. Mind a rich tradition. yon Mercury abounds. I proceed. Enlightenment stands ready. This bores me. The learned what? Pretty.
I think they have ward here or something like that. They keep moving. They always back at the right time. I don't think that's a coincidence. Oh fuck, I might have missed that. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, they have like a ward right here or something like that. He's watching. What's up?
Athwart my path. An ally from north.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Gaster's mandate of impetuous strife.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh! Wow, this Techies is great.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Well away. Light Congreen's most cunning fabrications. So it is said.
Oh, bitch! Oh man, Sunstrikes is so fun, man.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No buff from back packeted item, man.
This bores me. And his name is John C.
Thank you.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
My mind is my arcanery. Yes. Sunstrike.
Oh, what the fuck am I doing? Oh my god, dude. Oh, I wasn't even looking at my hero. I thought I was running to the right. I clicked somewhere off the minimap. I thought I was running over here. I was gonna head over here. Fuck, dude. Lots of these really stupid mistakes. He's gonna have BKB and Oh, you know, this is Shadow Fiend, not Void. Good. Holy fucking item build?
Of course. Sight. Thither I go. I'm well aware of it. Mandate of impetuous strike. An incantation. Such teeth. Away hence. What from the arcade tornado? Thou arcube exhort, quas exhort. Spherical sorcery.
Your top tower is under attack.
Exhort. Attack.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Attack. With speed.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
They don't have Chrono, but we don't have Skywrath and Tikis.
Ravagers of armor. Orbs light my path. Experience true swiftness. Quas wex quas. Insipid. Well-gotten gains.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Concentration shock. Unto battle. Behold, from the great mystery, I proceed. I'm well aware of it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
True Rex Rex exhort.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Away hence.
Your
Spherical
middle tower is
sorcery.
under attack.
Some power.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So it is said. Zeal of Wexhort. Vital attainment. I am committed. Orbs light my path.
Roshan. Hey, fam.
Yes. Rex Sight. Rex Magnalectos. Fine. Arcued Forge. Spirit. One of my master's mandate of impetuous strife. Thus and so. I've forgotten you already. As needs be. Gentles. concentration.
Walker, why would you need energies?
This bores me. Unstoppable. Ghost walk. Mindfully.
Might be fake. I think it's fake. Oh, it's real. It's real.
Five, come.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, I should have put the wand in my Oh shit! I would have survived with the wand. Ah! This guy doesn't like Atos, huh? I think Atos is so good on Skyra. He's like pure speed running damage build, huh? If you want to see the time at my place, type in !time. Also try not to advertise here, okay?
Is mine.
An incantation long remembered. Hither I go. I'm not ready. Witness and ally from naught. Arcana, known only to behold. Tornado.
Wake her.
With speed. I'll keep it in mind. Such I'll just cut lost my path.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Sphericals, wax, wax, wax. Luxury abound.
Out of your head.
Unto battle. Fresh bait. Whosoever stands against me.
Oh, dude! Maybe I should have ghost walked right away. Yeah, maybe ghost walk's better. And I didn't need to use myself after brain lag, you know.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, my boots travel.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Don't go off half-cock.
Yeah, this guy can get so many kills if he goes for Atos, I'm sure. Hey Tanja, what are you talking about? Is what going to be troublesome? Context, man, context.
I shall be mindful. Make no mistake. Words of power. Coward's most cunning fabrications. It's tedious.
Back at the shooting gallery.
Geist of lethargy.
What a sniper by that.
Thither I go. Witness true so over yon. I'm well aware of it.
Didn't even hit him.
Rex exhort. Away hence. As needs be. A charm. Ravagers of armor and will. Arcana, known only to me. Exhort Triceron and in Neront's Hindergast. 'Tis tedious. In light field of Wexhort. Orbs light my path. I'll keep it in mind. This magic, a spell I well remember. Gaster's mandate of impetuous strife. Who threatens my concentration? People exhort, boss exhort. What will I proceed? Witness true, my foes aloft. Mindfully. True sunstrike. I am committed. Concentration. A charming drawn Quas Quas. Forthwith. True swiftness.
Oh man, he showed that he has double damage.
It's not time yet. With speed. I'll not pretty. Word an ally from naught. Fight me. One of my favorites. An incantation long remembered.
Oh, this is probably worded again, huh?
Of
I better assume that.
Fine. Claws of Cornhoros. Witness true sorcery. Well away. True forge spirit. Thus and so. What field of Wexhort? Unto battle. My mind is my arcane.
Skywrath, come on, man. Sure, man.
Boy, fresh
Sniper's dead. We just threw the game. That Roshan right there threw the game.
Avowedly. Concentration, behold.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Such tedium. A rich tradition. This magic disappoints. With unbearings. My foes are off.
I'm okay, man. Goodbye.
I'm well.
Your top tower is under attack.
My memory failed me.
Your top tower has fallen.
Spherical sorcery. Remember.
God.
Mindfully. So it is said.
Man, we were winning by a lot, but now we just.
I am committed. Mirrors Hindergast. Ill-gotten gains. Unto battle. Enlightenment stands
Back,
ready.
techies.
Drawn from deep within. Wax cross wax. There's true sorcery. My master trio. 'Tis tedious. This bores me. Thither I go. Spheric Dastard's mandate of impetuous strife. All the Kronos. As needs be. The learned one strikes.
We need buyback, huh?
I'm not ready. I'm not ready! Invisibility.
Man, I can't buy the sheep stick. I actually need buyback.
Fine. I proceed.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, where's Slark? Where's Slark?
Over yon.
Oh, fuck, we should cancel that.
Insipid. Exhaust, cross exhaust. Orbs light my path. Of course, this spell works no wise. Sharp. Augury abounds. I'll keep it in Rex exhaust.
Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Mage's power.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Top, get top.
Swiftness. Away him.
Yeah, let's get back. Let's get back.
Well away. True Rex Cyclonus from the
Dude, man, I don't want to be here. Fuck is your problem, dude? Jesus Christ. Hey, aim the Rex.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
It's okay, we have techies.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Which talent did he go? 251 damage?
Your middle tower has
They have some
fallen.
catapults that needs to die. BH's gem. It's okay to blow up those catapults.
Your middle tower has fallen.
We all owe a life.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Dude, his friend's bailing him so fast. Slack's dead. Bye, guys. Okay. Okay.
Ravagers of armor and will. Well-gotten gains.
Oh.
Witness ghost walk. Hither I go. I'm betwixt myself. 'Tis tedious. Well away. Spherical sorcery.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Comics. Rex Cyclonus. An ally from such tedium. A spell I will remember. Over yon. Tormented. Concentration. It's not time yet. Locked from the arcanery. 5. So it is said.
Your middle barracks
I'll go to the bathroom. We lost.
are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
Oh, you know, guys, I thought about it while I was peeing. I played that wrong at the very end there. So, actually, I have Boots of Travel, right? I have Yules, I have Blink, I have Yundis. So what? At the very end there, what I should have done was actually I should have TP'd to their racks or their base, and then I should just start hitting buildings. So if I had done that, I'm sure like maybe two or three of them will TP back. And then our base would have been safe. So actually, that was my mistake there. Yeah, I should use Boots to Travel. English only, please. Don't make me say that twice.
Who could have predicted this outcome?
Hackies did great in his defense. Yeah, our lineup was really squishy. We relied completely on outplaying them. Like from a tactical, strategical, spellcasting perspective. Whereas like their lineup is pretty simple. Like they just run at you and they chrono. That's literally all they have to do. Whereas like, we all have to kite and make sure we CC the correct person, but then they buy BKBs, so then we have to wait the BKBs. We have to use like Force Staffs and Ghost Scepters to run around kiting them. So it's just our draft is harder to execute, I think. Shut up, Alex. Oh, damn it. Yeah, Sniper should have listened. It's okay. Yeah, but their lineup, right? Like Bounty Hunter, Slark, Shadow Fiend with Satanic, BKB. Void of BKB. They literally just run at you, and even if Void just lands a 1 or 2 man chrono, that's still okay. Like their draft is just really, really, really simple. And yeah, I wish Skywrath got Atos. He could have got a lot of kills, I'm sure.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Thanks, Nick. You want food? I'm stopping you. Alex, you might be right. Yeah, I've seen TP offlane a few times, even in Divine and Immortal games. Thanks, the Raj.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Yeah, I don't have any items on my Smurf, Kulkarni.
Your turn to pick.
Oh, dude, they picked Spirit Breaker to counter me. Oh, God.
Your turn to pick.
Ah. You fuck. That just means I need to stay off the map a little bit more. Hey Nam Dota, would you like to play some games after this? Nam Dota? Hi Andre. Okay. Buy some fucking wards, line. Yeah, Storm Spirit's scary too. I think Tinker has less problems than Nature's Prophet though. Nature's Prophet likes to stick around just for a little bit longer than Tinker.
Yes.
Prepare for battle.
In green, I go.
You know what? I should have waited another 10 seconds and casted this. That way, by the time the rune spawns, I'll have 4 of these Treants.
My hidden paths.
Well, I can just run at them now, I suppose.
In sylvan shade.
I can just Nature's Wrath though. Yeah, but with Lion, you can just Earth Spike.
Bound to me. Naturally.
30 seconds to battle.
Attack! Leaving.
You know, I guess if you cast it right away, by the time the rune spawns, you can cast a 3rd set of trees. So that makes a lot of sense. Here, I'll grab ours. Okay, you grab theirs. Never mind, just back.
The battle begins.
The season arrives.
Spear. What the fuck? What are you scared of, man? So scary casting your spells?
By my shaggy bark. Pull roots and run! On my way.
Trialing bottom, huh?
Through shady lanes. A bit of greed.
Spirit Breaker TPing top.
So I go.
Okay.
Nature calls. With a wild spirit. Nature calls. Uproot and after that. Yes.
Nay.
So I go.
I don't know why this guy's so scared, dude. He has tons of regen.
On my way. Through shady lanes. By hidden paths. Come to me.
Oh man. Single tree.
Yes.
Oh hey, I got it anyways.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Naturally.
Ooh.
Ooh.
With a wild spirit.
Almost got stuff.
Leaving.
Fuck that.
In sylvan shape. First blood. First blood is a knight's first honor. By my shaggy bark.
Thank you, Mr. Tree Man.
You're welcome, Mr. Lion Man.
With me.
That was pretty funny, man.
En route.
Mr. Lion Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. With a wild spirit. By my shaggy bark. Naturally.
Me and 2 trees, motherfucker. Me and 2 trees.
For the trees.
It's not looking so good anymore.
I don't like you. I don't know why.
I hate me. Oh my god, that bash! I have fairy fire!
Well, they're all the lane.
That's fucking bullshit.
I do not care to see that dark gray place again.
Get some runes for Captain Alki.
Limber up.
He's charging mid, charging mid, charging mid.
Come, come. The seeds of fortune. Through shady lanes. Nature calls.
Oh man, I should have casted the Sprout, I suppose.
By hidden paths. On my way. So I go. In sylvan shade. In green I go. Pull roots and run. Eye the wilds. In sylvan shade. No fair. Leaving. Wild is my way.
Oh, Spirit Break. Oh, Spirit Breaker's still up.
Naturally.
Jesus, Selena's persistent. It's almost like she has a ward here.
Yeah. En route. Oh, too bad. Yes.
Oh, why is Mars going top? Oh, more farm for me.
With a wild spirit. Ah, what? Go by leap and live.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, see, there's ward there. I told you guys. I knew it.
I go. Pull roots and run. Nature calls. Through shady lanes. On my way.
Holy shit.
My hidden paths. It's not in it.
I'm gonna stack this again. This is like quad stacked. The second health.
Selena's very...
So I go.
very deadly.
By my shaggy rock. Come! Nature's ferocity.
What the fuck, creeps? Come here.
My hidden paths.
Glad you guys like the plays. Good night, Gaben. Nice to see you again. Giving up mid tower. What do people want? Money. People want money. Thanks, man and Dave. Don't worry, I'll give up tier 1. Oh god. Oh, no, water. Ah, he's angry. He's angry. He's angry.
Yes. That's exact. The seeds of fortune.
I saw Lena here just now,
Tower is
didn't I?
under
Yeah, I
attack.
did.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
How you gonna kill me, man? How?
Leaving. In silver shade.
Bro, I see how.
On my way.
Please, dear Lord, the Gaben.
Your top
Hey,
tower
hey,
is
Johan,
under
I
attack.
purposely leave out details like my age and my geographic area so that people can make small talk with me. And then we can all build a
Your
relationship
top
and
tower
bond.
is under attack.
Through shady lanes.
Don't let him crow. Do not let him crow.
Not yet. Warriors of the wood. Branch out.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
By my shaggy bark.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Nature's way.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Nature calls.
Just wanna suck all her man. Sad.
Oh yeah, you sucker good, man.
With a
Trust me.
wild spirit.
Oh yeah, that's a good 1 second suck right there.
En route.
No, that's a little. That's just a little licky.
Oh, usually you go longer? You like it long?
Through shady lanes. Perfect, of course. The wild is calling.
Dum, dum.
In green, I go. I'm under attack. Not for you.
Man, I wish I had my taunt right about now. That'd be great.
Leaving.
Denied.
On my way. A bit of green
Spear him.
with a wild spirit.
Careful, they're keeping to that shrine.
So I
I don't know, but now she has no mana.
Sven is so manly. Holy shit. Crap's too manly. Get back. Get back. Get back.
for the trees. With the ship. By my shaggy bark.
Dude, that is so funny to do. I'm out of here. I'm gonna go farm.
Oh, I lived.
I save you.
By hidden paths.
Love you.
Love you too.
With me.
It's gonna make a hit. Oh!
The wild is calling.
Oh, he has no mana.
En route. Uproot the foe. Uproot you.
Let's hide in here, man.
Your middle tower is
That's my
under
creep.
attack.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Dire's structures.
That was my rune.
Shade. The seeds
Your
of
middle tower has fallen.
through shady lanes.
My rat's gonna hit her.
Alright.
Got her.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Shade. On my way.
Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Attack! By eat and live.
Regen.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I'm coming, I'm almost there.
Fury. Go green. I'll just take a cutting. By hidden paths.
Oh man, I don't know where to go. I'm not sure it's bottom though. KR bottom. I mean mid.
By my shaggy bark.
We can change on this guy?
Ah, the sun in my leaves.
We need a third.
Nature's ferocity.
He's got no mana.
Oh, that's right. Oh, nice. You Shrek'd him.
With a wild spirit. With me. Green rat. In green, I go. Snipped.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Nature calls. Uproot and after them. Yes.
Didn't I just see Alchemist TP to here?
So I go. Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
By my shaggy bark.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Branching up through shady lanes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Naturally.
Motherfucker.
Branch out. Wild is my way.
Sorry about your aeronautics exam, man. I know you don't like it hard. But nice try. Anti-mage is kind of poor, huh? He has brown boots. Can I get the fucking chicken? Whoa, man. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And oh, I don't want to be here anymore.
You may have used a few abilities.
Come! For the trees! Yeah. That's exactly. Money changes hands. well. Leaving. By leaf and limb.
See ya.
In green.
Let's go kill someone. It's fine.
Somebody.
En route.
Dude, Nature's Prophet is so fucking annoying, man. Holy shit. What an annoying hero. Finally, hit level 10. Oh, I'm gonna get charged by Spirit Breaker. No, there's 4 top. There's 4 top.
So I go. Branch out.
Thanks, small fat. Yeah, you do get good map awareness when you hit Immortal. Or you should.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Yeah. Pull roots and run. The wild is calling. By my shaggy bark. By hidden paths.
Oh fuck, there's a Spirit Breaker here. Oh fuck, there's a fucking cooker here with a haste! No! No!
With a wild spirit.
Yeah, they've been dewarding her. They only got 1 ward up.
Warriors of the wood.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my god, this hero's so annoying! Ah! This is great. Oh, you want to split push anti-mage? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, you want to split push anti-mage? Don't think so. Oh, hey! 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 Hey!
Verdant fury.
Oh, annoying hero.
Nature's ferocity.
But he's so powerful.
Wild is my way.
Yeah, he's good at ganking, he's good at pushing, not so good at team fighting though.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, wait a minute, I can just go mid. Oh, I got the kill! Easy, man.
The enemy's middle barracks. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
In sylvan shade.
I have.
Nature calls.
Oh, I can kill Anti-Mage so easily now. He's gonna farm top in a sec. Pretty sure. Oh, Anti-Mage.
Naturally.
Where is Anti-Mage?
Illusion. The seeds of fortune. So I go.
Oh, he's actually mid. Not even close to his Manta. He's screwed. By the time he gets Manta, I'll have Nullifier.
Attack! Uproot and after them.
Oh, he's gonna farm jungle now.
On my way.
That's exact.
Alright. Alright.
In green.
Oh, fuck. I want Anti-Mage, man. Not you.
Yes. Through shady lanes. So I go. By my shaggy bark.
Yeah, I'm... Never mind, he's tanky.
In sylvan shade.
Where's my Nullifier?
By hidden paths. Pull roots and run. Nature calls.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Branch out.
Are you dead? Nah!
Wells up.
What are you doing? You killed my tree.
Leaving.
How dare you? Oh my god, this hero is actually just so fucking fun. He's even better when he hits 25, man. Oh my god, this hero is so annoying. Spirit Breaker gonna charge me.
Yes. By leap and live.
Here's what happened. First I blocked Alex for the whole 666. Okay. Yeah, no, Johnny told you to block Alex. You blocked Alex. Seems fair. You don't know what Nullifier is? It's kind of like a chocolate bar.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Immortality. Regeneration.
Nature's for
Guy's dead.
now your treat. Through shady lanes.
No, don't hit me. Oh my god, this hero is so funny! Oh fuck, I'll tip.
With a wild spirit.
8 bells and all's well. Beset on all sides, still I prevail.
Naturally.
What the? Oh, he chopped his items! Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see why you'd be a little upset at JT for saying something like that. You know what, Ramel? Sounds good, man. Sounds good. Hey, Lulu, can you unban him for me? And Ramel, actually, Alex is kind of harsh on people, very, very often. That's just who she is. Yeah, I would take the things that she says with a grain of salt.
Nature calls.
Yeah, she's a little trolly, but
The enemy's top
yeah.
tower has fallen. Your top
Thank you
tower
for
is under
apologizing.
attack.
And honestly, I really do appreciate your support.
Enemy's top barracks has fallen.
But I will say, it does not preclude you from the punishments of bad behavior. But this goes for the same for everyone.
I need to get one more kill. They're like CC.
Alright, let's help Lion get another kill.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh no.
Go green.
Oh no! My 5 kill streak for 1100 gold? See? Oh man. Got counter. Be right back, bathroom.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Victory!
Mars and Sven commanded me? Oh, thanks for letting me know, Johan. I have to command him back! Mars and Sven. Alright, Mr. Nam Dota, it's time to play some Dota 2. Oh yeah. Small set, no one's saying that you're being rude. She's just saying that no one is excluded from the standards and punishment of rude behavior. That's it. That's fair, right? Is betting on today? I haven't turned on betting in a long time, actually. Alex is not banned. Hi, Eiko. Hi, Yenny. Hi, Merwin. I just dropped the issue, small set. Yeah, you're allowed to ask questions, but sometimes there's certain things that people don't want to talk about, and if they don't want to talk about it, you should respect that. It's kind of like if my mom died, and you asked me about my dead mother, and I said I don't want to talk about it. Conversation's over, you know? Just out of respect. It's fine, guys. Let's stop talking about this right now, thanks. Tundra, I didn't follow any of your suggestions about networking cables, etc. I liked earlier today. Nothing's really changed. I'm not sure your solution is the right solution. It might be. But to be quite honest, I'm too lazy to try. And I have a feeling it's not the cable. We can make an entire channel of this soap opera. Can you guys just stop arguing? Why am I playing normal match? I'm playing unranked games in party, guys. Take it easy. Do I have a Team Dota? No? Fadley, I just played Invoker. Like the game before this one. Have a look. Hi, Jeffrey James. Enjoy your popcorn, Sam. Anything new happening in my life? Not really much, Johan. Nah, man, every day is basically the same shit to me. Wake up in the morning, I take a shower, get my coffee, and I play Dota 2. Then after my stream of 7, 8, 9, 10 hours sometimes is over, I'm so tired. More emotionally than physically. Then I tend to pass out with some brain dead games like Path of Exile, or I watch Netflix, and then I have my dinner and I go to the gym. Rinse, repeat, every single day. It can or cannot be a good life, depending on how you look at it. Hey, Fadley, do not advertise your channel here, okay? Alright, let me read these comments in order. I do not know which account I'm going to be using tomorrow. Depends how I feel. Yeah, Dota fatigues, right? Alex is the most feared hero. Yeah, I can show you my Invoker history. What do I watch on Netflix? I've been watching this TV show recently called Peaky Blinders. It's about a British gang in the, I think, mid-1900s or later. Like maybe 1960, 1970. I don't know. I don't know the time frame, but it's all right. It's not great. It's all right unless you like really like historical violence with gangs and stuff. Character's not very deep. Honestly, I'm not liking it that much, but I finished 80% of it, so I kind of want to finish the last 20. That's about it. Oh, you've seen it. Did you like it? I can play Meepo for donation. I think it's earlier. Oh, you guys have seen it, have you? And Tom Hardy. Hey, Merwin, maybe. I mean, I always need to practice heroes I'm really bad at, right? You just don't have time to play every hero. Oh, double mute. Honestly, it's probably for the better for both of you guys. Because in the end, you guys are going to be like, well, you said this, but no, you said that. No, I'm right. No, you're right. No, I'm right, kind of a thing. Honestly, you guys are just like insulting each other and just, It doesn't matter. That is good. Kevin Hart. Isn't Kevin partially Indian? Or is he just black? As long as they spend enough time with friends, it'll be a good life. I agree with that. I calibrated the max MMR on a lot of my Smurfs, which is like 4.3k. The newer Smurfs calibrated the max, which is 3.5k. That's about it. Put them in the timeout corner. Hey, Fadley. So earlier you were demanding Meeple, and I said to you, Meeple for donation. And you just basically say the exact same thing? Okay, then I will say the exact same thing. Meeple for donation? Let's have this be the last time we have this exact conversation, okay? Not trying to be a dick, it's just I'm trying to get you to listen, man, but you're not listening to me. Does streaming make enough money? Well, it depends. I'll say probably 98% of streamers don't make enough money, maybe even 99%. But if you're so incredibly talented as a streamer, then perhaps you will make enough money. But I will say this. A lot of people think that they can just play video games in front of a camera and then hundreds or thousands of watch. A lot of people think that they're entertaining and funny. Like everyone who streams think that they're funny and entertaining. I gotta tell you, 98 to 99% of them are not. Okay. Okay, and you get a timeout for spamming. We heard you the first 3 times. Thank you. Okay, well, if you didn't understand what I was saying, then why do you continue having this conversation? Jesus. Am I the 1%? I'm getting close to the 1%. Maybe. Or maybe I'm just being debated, but I'm living an okay life. Come on, Junyi, English only. Why, thank you, Kulkarni. Yeah, look at this guy. I don't think this even makes sense. Hey Merwin, I'm already a Twitch partner. Just saying. And in fact, I wish I wasn't. Hey Clarence, I know you're joking about this, but some people will take offense to this. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I actually have the Twitch partnership, and I wish I was the partner. So before I was a partner, I was able to dual stream. But when you become an affiliate or a partner, there is a contract that you have to agree to. And that basically says that if you stream your content, Twitch owns the content for the first 24 hours. So what that means is that it's literally impossible for me to dual stream, and that I can only upload the VOD of the stream 24 hours after the stream has ended to YouTube. So one of these days, if I was really a tryhard streamer, I would talk to Twitch and tell them to get rid of my partnership. Down with the 1%. Hey, whoa. What are you trying to do here, Sam? Trying to start a revolution? Mitch for donation? Okay. Oh, we got a game. There we go. Yeah, it's wine enough. We got a game. Quality better than quantity. True. I don't have an opinion on this. Actually, I do have an opinion. Yeah, it seems China's very, very sensitive about that. I mean, he was a little racist, but I think the Chinese government took it too far.
Your turn to
Nobody quote me, okay? I don't wanna be arrested by China.
5 seconds remaining.
Why do I prefer Twitch over YouTube? I never said that I prefer Twitch over YouTube.
Your
You
turn
prefer
to
quantity of food over quality? Are you serious? You must be very, very poor. Not judging or anything, but like, I mean,
Your turn to pick.
hey Junyi, I know that you think that it's okay, but there's a lot of kids who watch the stream, and you're setting a bad example. You know what I mean?
Remaining.
It's kind of like if all the mods we're all friends, right?
Remaining.
You guys start like being racist towards each other, right? Then a lot of the viewers. Oh my! I was gonna play NP.
Turn to pick.
A lot of the viewers will start being racist as well. And then now we have a toxic shitfest. It's okay, Jenny. You didn't know. You're a teenager as well.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh, time to play Ember Spirit.
Your turn to pick.
Here, man. I'll go off lane. Don't worry about it, Orange. Good job, Smosat. Yeah, take it easy. Don't get into those kind of debates. It won't end. He said, she said, I'm right, you're wrong. No, I'm right, you're wrong. You're dumb. No, you're dumb. Fast metabolism.
Your turn to pick.
Maybe you should just let me mid, man. This is the guy who's begging for last pick. I mid, guys. Last pick. You're dumb. No, you're dumb. Oh, seriously? How about you just let me mid? All that, and in the end, you just pick Void mid? Time to get on Discord. Hello, friends.
Hey.
Who am I laning against? Sven, Bloodseeker, CK? CK. Alright, so CK. Right, okay. CK. Okay. Alright, gotcha.
Balance in all things.
Alright, Magnus, would you like to be 4 or would you like to be 3?
It must be done. Friends,
Well, I don't have a curling blade.
is in the bag.
Alright, so would you like to be 4 or would you like to be 3? I also don't have a curling blade.
Oh, I have 68 damage. That's actually pretty ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
On and on again. A journey without end.
Oh, we can fuck this guy up.
The way is clear. Only you and I.
30 seconds to battle.
Paths find. The stalwart flame flickers.
Ah, this guy's dead too.
Harmony must be discipline. All your place is here. All action is reaction. Mark my territory.
The battle begins.
What dangers lie here? A test of training.
Clink's got the skeleton walk, but he didn't go for the rune.
Intelligence.
Level 1 skeleton walk, new meta?
Yeah. I mean, I don't play him, and I still think it's bad, so...
Destiny awaits us all.
Hey, Clinks. Lich thinks you're bad.
Fear not.
How dare you! That is a lie. I never said such thing.
Now that was a lie.
Must be discovered. You waste your essence.
Nobody talking.
I shall teach you. No path, but through. You have been denied.
I kill your pig.
Be wary.
Well, I was gonna do it too.
Be cautious.
So you're just getting a little,
Gotta get the bacon somehow.
Prepare for a lesson.
Where's CK?
Jungling. Out of
bottom.
anger.
Flame lights the way.
Bottomling. Out of anger.
The safe lane carry.
My fire burns anew.
NP jungle. CK bottom. Sounds good. I'm gonna start cutting them.
Yeah, okay.
You face the flame. A journey without end. None escape my fire. A trial by fire. Walk a warrior's way. All paths find serenity. Flame lights the way.
What the?
CK is missing.
What the?
The way is clear. What must be discovered?
There's A. It's almost dead.
Oh no, my boar.
The
Oh, he doesn't understand.
is
Huh?
endless.
Easy micro.
The stalwart flame
Careful, there's too many creeps here.
flickers.
Yeah. Can you tank these for a second? I'm gonna go buy a bottle. So. See you later, Tundra.
Must be done.
Dude, this bounty rune was here the whole time.
Oh, we didn't even check it. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
Fear not
didn't even
the
bother.
forest.
Well, it's kind of good.
Warm to the touch.
I don't know why we didn't. There was no way they would have gotten it.
Be wary. Be cautious. 'Tis not yet time. Balance.
Bottom is missing.
Look at all these creeps. So much experience.
All action is reaction. Harmony must be earned. Come and learn humility.
Man, there's too many creeps, dude.
No path but through. You have no chance. I am not ready. You will be feared.
We're back around.
School for the dead.
Okay.
Rune imprisoned, freedom foretold. It must be done.
What the fuck? Someone already took it. Okay, we can kill this A.
Flame flickers. Need more time. All action is reaction.
Well played.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Are no more.
Nice, nice.
Man, these creeps hate my boar.
Balance in all
I might have to TP.
things.
Okay. No. Here we go. Here we go.
You face the flame.
Oh, thanks. Oh, I'm good. Oh,
Oh no. Oh no.
Dangers lie here.
I'm dead. Should have TP'd. Oh, debated. Oh my god, I'm the first step on this team.
Oh.
Sad.
Kissed by the flames.
Bottom has been missing for a long time. I don't know where he is. Probably jungling.
My bottle.
Dire structures are fortified.
Behold, my searing chains. What must be
Let's kill him again.
Fear not the forest. A journey without end.
Hey Merwin, I knew that Bloodseeker was missing.
None escape
This
my
fucking
fire.
guy pinged it like 10 times.
Flame lights
Ratchman,
the way.
if you say something dumb again, I'm gonna ban you. Enjoy your bar time, small set.
The way is
Oh,
clear.
he's back.
Careful. He's got arcane as well. You're the ones who cast it.
Shade in searing heat.
And B's bottom.
Walk
Man, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
you snuff me out. Feed the flayed twins.
Nice. Don't you just love getting targeted?
Yeah. Well. Yeah, I'm gonna bottle you. Come down. Come down.
Be cautious.
Okay. Alright. Finally, Bloodseeker's gonna kill AA.
Must be earned. Your place is here. Serenity. Let death become peace. Destiny awaits us all. Ash upon the wind. I shall teach you.
Hey, Merwin, that sounds a little sarcastic, man. I'm not sure you're trying to be sarcastic.
The road is endless.
Watch out, Bloodseeker's missing. Yeah, I think probably wants game.
My image steps forth.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Destiny awaits us all.
Oh, yeah, he's right there.
I did the wrong tree. That was a problem.
The way is clear.
I practiced
Wow,
that tree.
there's 4 though. That's fine. I'm cool with it.
Did he rupture?
Yeah. Rupture's down and sends up. I'm gonna get some more observers.
That would be fantastic.
What these rotation?
It must be done. A test of training. I need more power. Harmony must be earned.
It's okay, Merwin.
There, that's pretty good.
I wasn't sure, that's why I asked.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Thanks for clearing it up.
Dude, I got ult. Alright.
Oh man, this Bloodseeker always comes top.
Nice.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's push bottom.
Oh fuck yeah, push bottom.
From ignorance sprouts insight. Fire shall teach you.
Yeah, +1 mid.
On and on again. A journey without end. Time is money.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Come and learn humility. Captured in the flame.
Nice job. Really happy you got that ability.
Lights the way.
Oh yeah.
No path but through.
What the fuck's wrong with this guy? He's got nothing.
Serenity be on your way.
I don't know.
Do you think he has a point?
No.
Warrior's way.
I mean, he's talking shit about nothing. That's the thing.
What the hell did I miss that?
Dire structures are fortified.
Your life cycle. Drink deep flames knowledge. What dangers lie here? Be wary.
I think he's rage quit. Oh, rage quit.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh.
The stalwart
This is too fucking good.
scorching fellow.
Oh shit.
Should make ready. Balance in all things.
Damn it. I'm dead.
No.
Fire is quenched.
I think they're all coming bottom.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hi, Snowman. Here, here.
This flame is forever.
I can bottle you.
The road is endless.
TP.
Your place is here.
Got killed too. By that
Must train
hail.
harder.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh man, I was like, he's gonna kill it. Oh, that's hilarious.
Have no chance.
Rage. Oh, that's fucking great.
Oh fuck, he left before I could trash talk.
Oh man. That necro kill. Last fucking will. Best ability.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was like, is that gonna heal him or is that gonna fuck him up?
Destiny awaits us all.
The world versus Finn.
Yeah, I think last will applies before heal.
Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Be wary. Be cautious. Flame lights the way.
Do we get another player that thinks he can win the game on his own?
Maybe. Can we agree to go at him all together at once?
Oh yeah, that was hilarious last time. No, I'm strong
Hilarious
now.
September.
I wasn't strong last game. I had fucking Midas.
That's okay. I appreciate your efforts even with Midas.
Prepare for a lesson.
I got the tower. Tower forward.
What dangers lie here? Bring forth, my friend.
I'm gonna get this way, Venom.
On and on again.
Here comes the feed train.
There we go. Feed
yeah,
train.
Get ready. The first one's the bait. It's just debating.
Behold my searing chains. A trial by fire. Fear not the forest. Balance in all things.
Radiant structures are fortified.
No chance.
Oh fuck, that catapult. Oh man, I was trying to tank.
Captured in the flame. A test of training.
What?
Holy shit.
I have seen the future. You're not hurry to the fray.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh man, here we go.
Oh, he got you. Oh.
He
Damn.
got me. I was already really low.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Remember, Lich thinks that you're an idiot.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Never said that. I actually never said that.
Don't listen.
All lives must end. Come and learn humility. Fire burns anew. You will be seared.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Your end has come. Well, be swift.
Bora's getting harassed by this range creep.
Tis not your time.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, he's fucking dead.
Have been schooled.
That lane was too strong.
Yeah.
Too much power in one lane. They just couldn't handle it. And they're holding up there too. They just couldn't handle it.
All right, be right back when the game starts.
Okay.
GG's, guys. Off lane Ember Spirit. I think maybe I play 1 or 2 more games and I'm done for today, guys. Stay cool, sire no TT. What's that supposed to mean? How did the Blood Seeker die so quick in a single hit? Are you talking about the Necro book? Hey Matthias, games are going pretty well. How's your day going? See you later, Kokarni. Oh, did I just see a game or did I imagine that? Next hero? I'm not sure. Any requests, Haku? Kind of feeling the Nature's Prophet. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm feeling the Nature's Prophet. Had big interview, final rounds of interviews for investment banking position today. Went really well. Oh, good. I hope that there are not too many qualified candidates in the pool. And I hope you get the job, Matthias. That'd be great, man. Old school investment banking, huh? Hey Haku, what are you talking about? Thanks, man. I'm pretty good at Dota 2. But for you to be on a tier 1 team, you have to be at least 7k. Techies for donation. Oh yeah, and good luck on your interview. Results. Oh, Devraj, you don't know? Yeah, so the Necrobook summons a red unit and a blue unit. The red unit, if you kill it, you actually take a shit ton of damage. So when Bloodseeker was right-clicking the red unit, I was really confused. I was like, oh shit. So is he gonna get healed from the unit, or is he gonna die? And he ended up dying. It was pretty funny. Hi, Ryan. Legend 1, ha ha ha. I don't understand the joke, Muhammad. Could you please explain it to me? What's so funny about Legend 1? Have I ever tried Mobile Legends? I have never tried it. I heard it was like Dota 2. I heard it's simpler, but not really tried it. Too lazy to try. These days, I don't really have much energy or time these days. I just play Dota 2 for you guys. My rank? This is my Smurf account, like it says in the title. But Muhammad, could you explain to me why Legend 1 is so funny? I don't understand your joke, man. Please, go ahead and explain it to me. Don't worry, I'll wait for your answer. Monkey mid? Okay, done. Thanks, Matthias.
MK mid game?
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining.
Your monkey game. Oh, dude. Oh, okay. It almost got banned. Thank you, Matthias.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Monkey King done. Don't embarrass yourself. I know, right?
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Shaker game? Done, Haku. Thanks, buddy. I think probably after this game. It's okay, Muhammad. Thanks for your apology. But just sometimes you have to realize that when you say certain things and you just start laughing, people don't know what you mean, and sometimes it can be offensive. Hey, Little Jim, why did we use that sound effect? So you're a big fan of Monkey King, Mantius? I really don't play him that much, so I hope your expectations aren't too high.
Your turn to pick.
You've never used him? Oh my goodness, okay. Yeah, I have maybe 15 games of Monkey King, so really not that much for a player at this level. Why did you use that sound effect? And Haku, did you have a preference for Shaker build that we can do next game? Yeah, again, Indonesians are the biggest demographic of people in the stream. It's really not suitable for any situation, man.
Prepare for battle.
Hey, how do you make it so that the mischief thingy runs faster?
They won't you mischief next to the courier.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, if you're next to nothing, it will randomly do it every so often.
Okay.
Hope we find trouble.
Hi, Fadley, welcome back. Not to demand too many things, okay? Okay, you started demanding shit already. You see that?
Time to pick a fight.
Did you know that you're a very demanding kind of person?
Let's get a move on.
What are you buying?
Where's my cloud?
30 seconds to battle.
Taking the high ground. No one's catching me.
It's over 9,000!
The battle begins.
I'm going to enjoy this. Try to keep it. Over here.
Maybe I shouldn't have gotten tree dance. I don't know.
It's over.
Erica's using my channel? Since when?
Take the courier again, monkey.
Ooh, let's pick a fight. I journey forth.
Okay, he's
Right.
Oh, he got Quas first. That's interesting.
They can't
You go
stop
Quas
me.
Wax?
Demised.
You should have stayed home.
Oh, he's Quas Wax. Oh, okay. Invoker's QW.
Time to make something happen. Not even
Nice.
the gods could stop me. Yes. You're out of your league. Time to move.
Oh my god.
What? How? You're a...
I am that good.
Ready for anything.
Actually, they are so bad.
I'll go where the action is.
You just maledict them and they just let you hit them or something?
No, I only had my first skill. I was level 1.
Wow.
I leveled after killing the
Of course.
Riki actually saw me. Riki, that the Riki kill was pretty easy. He saw me low. He thought he could kill me under the tower, and I killed him.
That's how it's done. From here
All right.
to there.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Time to go carry Witch Doctor.
Shiny. You think you can beat me? Let's get a move on. I'm just getting started. Yes.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
They can't stop me. I journey forth.
I think the Suki is hating his life right now.
Time to pick a fight. Yeah.
Denied.
On it. Hope we find trouble. Really? That's your best.
That's a rage quit.
I'm stronger now. I can feel it.
Where is it?
Okay.
Gotta stop killing them so hard. They just can't handle
From
it.
here to there.
Oh shit! No!
Invisibility. Ready for anything.
Object living.
Hey Pudge, I'm here. You can kill this now. I'm here.
Yeah. I'll go where the action is.
Five minute runes. You hit him, yeah?
It's over.
Nice.
Give me mana.
They can't stop me.
Invoker's like AFK. I haven't seen him.
Yes. This'll come in handy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Keep it coming.
Your middle tower is
Nah.
Oh, let's pick a fight.
I don't normally question mark, but that's kind of fun.
Not so fast.
Wait, I forgot.
Let's get a move on. Got it. Let's move. Let's go. You're not getting what you came
Oh,
for.
runes are still here.
Here's my wow.
Oh man.
I want to kill mid.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Punch is 7 and 0.
Count on it. On the move.
Oh no. Oh no.
Nix, I don't want to see you this bad.
I bet.
Come on. I'm stronger now. I can feel it.
Okay, I need to stop all chatting.
They're the last you'll hear.
Alright. I'm out of here.
Regeneration!
Yes. Here I come.
Fucking got him. Oh man. Mangoes.
Barely broke a sweat.
It's not that funny, man.
Best item mango.
Very well. I'll go where the action is. On it. Gotcha! My legend grows. Don't take this the wrong way, Phoenix, but if one of us has to die, hope we find trouble.
Your middle tower is under
More dust.
attack.
Yes.
We pushing this?
You're out of your league.
One sec. I need to grab dust.
It's almost dead.
Moving to position.
Slug is top.
Let's
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, I can't get in.
Well, you had the chance.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Yes.
Hey, I have dust for this guy.
Let's do lion instead, maybe.
Get over it!
Almost. Let me catch my breath. Wait for it.
Oh man! Oh dude, I keep dying to this invoker. That's embarrassing. Get him.
Die with me.
Good job.
I'm glad. Alright.
You're not fit to fight in my war.
Time to get to work.
They have rules for this.
Where do you think you're going? They can't stop me. Trouble.
Fucking Rex. Do it, do it.
I'll fight anyone that gets in my way.
Oh.
Ready for anything.
Fucking Nyx.
Let's get a move on. I'll go high. It's what
Your middle tower is under attack.
You should have stayed home.
By the way, Phantom Blue, Mischief is 0.2 seconds. It's so hard to dodge stuff.
It ends here. They won't know what hit them.
Dust? Alright.
I don't know.
Incoming!
What? Alright. Alright.
Stronger now. Oh, sorry. Didn't see you. Okay.
Waiting for you.
Time to move. Yeah. Where to? They can't stop me. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this.
What the actual fuck?
The only one surprised by this is you.
That's right.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Let me catch my breath first. Need a few more seconds. Time to pick a fight. Moving to position. I can't do that now. From here to there. Almost.
Holy shit, man! He's 10 and 3 and still complaining. What the fuck?
Hey, Putch, just shut the fuck up, man.
Hope we find trouble.
One ass bitch.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Here we go. Here I come. Time to make something
Your
happen.
middle tower has fallen.
Boy, fresh mate.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Can I kill Book? I'm not sure. What do you think?
Yeah, if you land your combo perfectly.
Okay.
You got it.
Your bottom
Yeah,
tower.
so make sure you use your own.
Looks like I'm going to have to teach some people some manners.
Alright. Yeah, I think if you care for
Your
the
bottom
EMP.
tower
you
is
take
under
care about it.
attack.
Let's get a move on.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
What's wrong with Ricky?
I'm not stopping now.
Can you guys buy words?
Okay.
Ready for anything.
Fresh mate.
They won't know what hit them. No. I'll show them why I'm called king. Got it. Oh,
Okay, I'm gonna
enjoy
reply to this. Do you know what entitled means?
Ah, fresh mate.
Okay. Oh, nice view. I was defeated by them.
Your top tower is under attack.
Whoa.
Fresh mate. Grind me
This Pudge, all he's doing is jungling, huh?
Yep.
What a useless piece of shit.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
And this should be an easy game.
Your top tower is under
Good defense.
attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Incoming! Oh!
Your top tower is fortified.
My journey forward. I'm not ready yet. Moving to position. I thought I was troubled before. The only way that could have gone.
Right.
Let's get a move on.
I'll take that.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Your bottom tower is under attack.
A
There's
little
two down
longer.
here.
Where's my cloud?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You can see everything up here.
Joe's guy?
Right. Wow! Even I have my limits.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I'm not ready yet. Taking the high ground. Not so fast.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You're out of your league. I'll go with the action. Oh, nice view. Here we go.
If I could get like one person, we could easily kill Lion all the time.
I'm so.
Wanna come with Shockner?
Yeah, sure.
Do you got Dust Freaky?
Guys, I don't cast games.
Oh no, I
Thanks,
just
Jinky.
used it. I have a thing.
I didn't want to be seen.
Oh shit. My Sunstrike you.
Holy shit. Oh,
Your
he
middle
is
tower
tilting.
is under attack.
Kill this fucking.
Not even the gods can stop me. I'll fight anyone. What's the opposite of regicide? Ready for anything. You can see everything up here.
Oh, I can just kill him. I didn't realize that. Fuck yeah. Learning heroes.
Not yet. They can't stop me. Don't rush me. When I'm ready, I'm ready. How the hell? Yeah.
You have dust?
I'll go where the action is. Even I have my limits. It's
This Pudge is completely fucking useless. All he's done is jungle in the last 10 minutes.
Time to cut my losses.
Oh, Stark didn't see me. Fuck yeah, here we go. Here we go. Fuck.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Mega kill.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle
won't
tower
happen
has
again.
fallen.
Pudge. Lovely.
for anything. Moving to position.
Let's kill Invoker.
I'll go high. Over here! Whoo! Where do you think you're going?
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm stronger now. I cease.
I'll use my dust.
Holy shit, and I too.
Wow!
Oh, nice.
They won't know what hit them.
Easy levels.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You're out of your league. No one's catching me. They can't
Job,
stop
Pudge.
me.
Two observers?
Just keeps on dying.
Oh no, there's another observer there.
Yeah, man. Oh, you didn't get your way at the beginning of the game, so now you're gonna act like a little bitch. You're throwing a tantrum like a baby, man. Pathetic.
Oh yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Nice.
Find trouble.
Fucking fortified it.
I'll be ready in a
You're the one acting like a baby, but we're the ones who are stupid? Gotcha.
Enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Here we go.
Yeah, man, you're acting like a retard. You sure showed us.
I'll go with
Monkey.
No, impossible.
They have ordered. Game casting for donation. I can tell you right now though, it's not going to be a small amount. Okay, Richard, you want to make donation? Or is that just demanding something with nothing in return, kind of a thing? Oh, fuck, this Pudge is so useless.
It's a dead lion.
That's coffee.
Your top tower is under attack.
I just think I get a little fanfare.
Your top tower has fallen.
It
Oh my god, both the Pudge and the Phoenix are so annoying.
Yeah, there.
They can't stop me. Here I come.
Your top tower is under attack.
Don't rush me. When I'm ready, I'm... Nice view. Just a little longer.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You got it. Oh no.
Has he got a butterfly? Holy shit. Oh, fuck, fed him so much. Jesus.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Next time, I got bigger Dagons.
Oh, that's good. Hi, Lupus. Hey man, you're so quiet now. You didn't answer the question I asked you. Grab the bounty room.
I'll take that.
They just fade away.
Nice job. I should go to buy a fucking 115, bro. Yeah, I didn't know that Slark was so fed. When did Slark become so fed?
Your top tower is under attack.
You can see everything up here. Hope we find trouble. They won't know what hit them.
Oh god, this gets to I think we lost.
Enjoy this. Let's get a move on. Wait for it. Whoo! Unstoppable. Taking the high ground. No one's catching me.
I don't think we can do this. I want to kill Lion, but oh no, they see me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Alright.
This fucking Fudge was doing so well and then he started acting like a baby.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'll go high.
Get him. Lion's right there.
There's Slark and Invoker running around though.
Has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
I can't do that now. It ends here. I'll go with
Fuck TP bottom.
Good.
Ready for anything. They can't stop me. Nice view.
Dire's turret has been killed.
My legend.
Nice.
Can't move.
Man, I'm getting bashed. Holy fuck.
Wait for it.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh my god.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I journey forth.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
He's dead. He's dead.
He's fucking dead finally.
Good.
All in due time. Move into position. Time to pick a fight.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is falling.
I journey forth.
Riki is young.
Yeah.
You can kill Riki.
All in due time. Yes.
Oh, is Riki there?
Yeah.
I can't do that now. taking the high ground. In fine
Awesome.
form. They won't know what hit them. I can't do that now. Ready for anything. Wait for it! I'm going to enjoy this. I'll be ready in a second. Almost. Yes. Ooh, let's pick a fight.
I don't have dust anymore.
Not
Essentials.
yet.
Let's push mid.
Yeah. All right.
Shut the fuck up, Pudge.
Come on.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Forever!
What's up, guys?
Even I have.
Oh shit, that was too far away.
It's a gem, too.
No one's catching me. Leave it to me. And lots of me.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Let's get a move on. Need a few more seconds. Let's go. Need a few more seconds. Over here. All in due time.
Oh my god.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
You can see everything up here.
Your top tower is under attack.
I can buy back.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You guys have to buy back.
Your top tower has fallen. Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. Your bottom shrine has fallen.
Just a little longer.
Hey, we need help, Stokers.
Jump, jump.
Just here to press Dagon.
Are you fucking stupid, man? Oh. Working as a team in a team game is a smart idea? Oh my god, surprised Pikachu. Shut the fuck up, man. You're an idiot.
Just ignore him. Let's report him after the game.
Yeah, I just want to see if he has anything intelligent to say.
No, I'm at the point where I know for sure he doesn't have anything intelligent to say.
You can kill him. You might be able to kill him. Oh, maybe not. Oh. Nick says Blink's done.
Right.
barracks are under
Oh
attack.
shit.
Major one.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your middle tower has
Yeah,
fallen.
report Pudge.
Your top barracks are under attack.
A little longer.
Mask of Madness.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom
We could win this if I wasn't dead.
Yeah.
It's like a convenient thing to not be dead.
Your ancient is under attack.
Stop me.
Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
What kind of war is this?
I'm known for my great
Oh well.
manner.
Nice try, guys.
Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack.
Here comes a donation request spam.
As you live.
Your ancient is under attack.
IR play League of Legends. What?
Your ancient is under attack.
GG.
Your ancient
Yeah,
is
nice
under
try. It's Pudge's cheese.
Radiant victory.
Yeah, I had a bad feeling about him at the beginning. Then he was okay, and then he raged for dying once, and that was Okay, time to report the fight.
This guy goes AFK in the mid game because he doesn't get what he wants. Ugh, this fucking Joker. Sorry, Vineet. Got a game ready. Oh, and Haku, you wanted the Earthshaker, right? I asked you earlier if there was a specific build that you wanted for Earthshaker. Did you have an answer to that?
Your turn to ban. Five
I know,
seconds
right?
remaining.
Ryanda. You want something, but you're not willing to give anything for it, right? I only party with people I know, guys.
Your turn to pick.
Is that the same Phoenix?
Your turn to pick.
No. The other guy had a whole bunch of weird characters in his name.
No.
Alright, Ryanda. So let this be the last time we have this conversation, okay? I mean, it's fair, right? You make a demand, I make a demand. But if you make a demand,
Your turn.
I don't get to make a demand, then it's not fair, right? This is an Archon account, Cosmin.
Your turn to pick.
Hope they get another agility or intelligence hero. Just one more. That's all I want.
Am I glad you liked the last game? I'm not really Monkey King player, so unfortunately, I cannot carry the game too hard. Oh, Matthias. Matthias. Were you able to watch much of that game? Did you enjoy it if you did?
Nyx or Spirit, we would actually destroy the top lane.
Oh, you have to play safe lane carry, huh?
Yep.
What?
Yeah, you have to play safe lane carry.
Who? Fucking Grimstook? Safe lane carry Nyx?
I wouldn't recommend. Beer back water.
Splash.
Ooh, 我想。
When they pick a hero like Pudge, it's like, please just hit me a bunch of times. That's all I'm gonna do is rock, so...
Welcome back.
Earth
Oh, thanks.
Shaker. Onward.
Yeah, you can know me, but I'm not willing to play you unless you've been here years or make donations. Is that cool of you, Danny?
It's an open
Shake it
secret,
and take it.
obvious to all, that this one is in the bag.
Here. Hi, Elvis.
Here I come.
Thanks for your understanding, Danny. Thanks, Royanda.
30 seconds to battle.
Hello, Nemo.
Very good.
Battle begins.
It's shake time.
Oh man, if I had a roll, I'm gonna be dead.
Covering ground.
What a mistake.
Oh well, we'll kill him soon.
Yes.
Again and again.
The earth moves under my feet. Base and tremble. Yes. Let's shake things up.
What the fuck? My stick's not here. Oh my god.
Oh shit! Got a problem with that guy.
I've still got it. Tremble.
Empress of fire, what season may come? We fight for the day you'll restore our heart and bring us to glory. We are
Let's roll. Yes.
How does that gay at all? He's asking me how my day is going, dude.
Move it.
You insecure your sexuality?
No one sees an earthquake coming. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Edgy gangster. Thinks he's cool.
Yes, indeed.
Come on, man. Just act like a normal guy.
Not this time. Yes, indeed. Shake down. Feel the earth move.
Hey man, we know why you make edgy comments. Because you're basically begging for attention. You crave attention.
Yes.
Exactly. Exactly.
Moving.
Yeah, a lot of babies, they like to beg for attention. Muhammad, thanks for subscribing.
Move it.
Cast something, dude? What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Yes.
Jesus. Like, I just don't understand, man. He has this ability that he can use. We can kill Rubik. He doesn't use it.
Let the earth quake. Oh, yes. I'm gonna pound you. Denied. Here I come.
Oh, I don't have my quill ability. Oh my god!
Let the earth quake.
This guy just screws up the lane, man. Now you use that ability? Jesus Christ.
A trained eye. It's always easy to spot an imitation.
Forward.
Ghost guy?
Nice.
Covering ground. Let's roll. Gate. Let's shake things up.
Bruins?
Onward.
Money changes hands.
The earth moves under my feet.
What the fuck? This is pathing, dude! Oh my... Man, that is just so disappointing.
Oh, nice.
That's just disappointing.
Let's go. He already dived.
Double kill. Base and tremble. More power to me. Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Very good. Ground pound. Yeah. Shake it again.
What the fuck? He doesn't play Shadowbring.
Let's roll. Fisher. Oh, yes.
He randomed it. I remember. Oops.
Move it. Fresh mate. Enchant.
We're like
Covering ground. Quick and crack.
Why did I go in to help him? Let's go with this. Like this.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes, indeed. Let's shake things up. Fisher. Onward.
Oh, you lucky fucker.
Base and tremble. Here I come. Mm-hmm. Exact magnitude with me. Enchant. Yes.
Care, Pudge is here. Care, get back. Pudge is coming. Man, this is gonna be the second time I die saving him, huh? Thanks for the trap.
Let's roll.
You might die without Stout Shield. Is there mid a Pudge?
The earth moves under my feet.
Your top tower
Oh
is
man,
under
he's on the
attack.
other side. Damn it.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
It's warded? Gosh, you can hook me if this is warded.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Yes.
Alright, maybe he's just bad. Maybe it's warded over here. English only?
Covering ground. Yeah. Shake it off. Hmm.
power.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Down go. Ground pound. Shakedown. Feel the earth move and chant. Attack. Dominating. Yes. Here I come. Chant. Forward. Denied. Boy, fresh mate. Double kill. Base and tremble. My thanks. Yeah.
Oh, edgy guy. Hey, Ular, thanks for subscribing. Keep it in English only, okay? Thanks.
Covering ground. My heart is tremble.
Where's top?
Where's top? He's there. He's playing the jungle, raising shit.
Forward.
There's a Ruby coming your way.
Yes, indeed.
Illusion.
Ground pound.
I'm shouting.
Oh, quake and crack. Move it. Ah! Fresh. So back
You
to
almost
earth.
had our secrets, so we could not.
Tactical pause!
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Magnitude. Let's shake things up.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Attack. Let the earth quake. Yes. Haste.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Enchant. Ground pound. Grant this. Here I come. Enchant. Down go.
We kill Poach.
You know,
I want Poach right now.
I'm going.
Klex Clan Boy,
Good.
you'll see why Battlefield is good
Surprise!
once I actually have it.
That actually made it easy for me to.
Yeah, I was like,
I was thinking, what the hell are you doing,
that's super
man?
smart.
Ground pound. Not ready. Yes. Chant. Fisher.
Go, Scott. Rubik. Go, Rubik.
Oh my god.
things up.
Pudge shows himself, we're gonna kill him.
It's not ready.
Go, 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 go!
Let's roll.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Holy shit. Poor guy.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Feel the earth move. Shakedown.
I was like, he
Enemy's top tower has fallen.
Nice try.
I can't compete with that shit. I'm fucking like low base damage or stuff. Against Campo. No chance.
Moving. Yes, indeed.
I kinda wanna go Orchid. Seems like Phantom this game.
Who are you trying to counter?
The earth moves.
Everybody?
I think you just go Bash, or you can kill anyone.
Nah, I'm gonna go. Well, I'm not even. Invoker's not even. Wait, who are you talking about right now?
Here
There's
I
no
come.
Invoker.
Did I say Invoker just now? Did I, Lulu?
I'm not sure. I was paying attention.
Okay.
Yeah, but like Pudge can just, what do you call it? Do his thing. Rubik can do his thing. Phoenix can do his thing. Wraithfiend can do his thing. I feel like Orchid Ursa is the item this game.
You can do whatever you like.
Oh shit.
What? How the fuck did I take 400 damage from Rubik? I don't understand. You got a Divine Rapier?
I doubt it. He doesn't have that much farm. He still has brown boots.
Oh fuck, I TP'd in the same area as you. Man, this kid is so fucking edgy. Does Battle Fury seem good now?
That onward.
How about now? Has the egg, doesn't he?
Money changes. Invisibility. Fake stuff. I mean.
Wow!
enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
For my coffers.
Pound.
See? Orchid.
Oh my god. Almost all the comments coming out of your mouth are so damn dumb. Are you like 14? Edgy 14-year-old, right? That's shocking, man. Run, Lulu.
That was such a nice look.
It's funny when kids pretend like they're older than they are. That just makes you sound even more dumb.
Forward.
It's kind of like a 30-year-old who doesn't know how to wipe his ass. Holy shit.
Yes. My strength increases. Let the earth quake. Ground pound. Base and tremble.
When it comes up, gotta walk the.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Tremble. Let's shake things up.
Don't show yourself, please.
Orchid. Best item.
Sir, I believe that's called confirmation bias.
Covering ground.
Dude, are you kidding me? All these kills.
Honestly, if you get Basher and you just pop in rage, Rubik would be dead, I'm sure.
Pound you. Let's get
Oh, I'm coming. I'm really far.
pound. Quake and crack. Oh yes. Denied.
Wow!
Holy
I'll rip you apart.
Keep running, keep running, keep running. Ah, you're dead.
Wraithing has no ult. You saw me.
I don't have much to help you with, so.
Move it.
Do I actually have a ward there? I'm not sure if
Boom!
Observer as well.
Orchid. Best item.
Sir, I believe that's called confirmation bias.
More like, what do you call it? Hypothesis testing.
Feel the earth move.
Runes?
Ah, scepter.
I'm gonna kill Wraith King.
Yes. The earth moves under my feet. I'm not ground pound. Unstoppable. Yes.
Orchid best item.
Alright, Orchid best item.
I'm sorry,
They did-
I'm sorry, but
they
I still think Rapier is best time.
They just can't do anything about this.
Oh, yes. Enchant.
The enemy's middle
Ooh, this
tower
chicken wants to
has
die.
fallen.
Fucking dead.
Enchant. Go. Yeah. The earth moves. Earth gape.
I'm dead.
Oh no!
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh shit, that might have been me.
I
Yeah, that was
tried
me.
to save it, but I was too late. It's okay.
Oh, the poor man's Doom build.
What is this shit?
They're beating us with strength in numbers.
Illusion.
They smoked.
When you were still there.
Yeah. Well, it's a 4-man smoke. So.
Covering ground. Ground pound.
There they are. Like I said, they 4-man smoke.
I'm running over.
Here I come.
Lion's heart.
Oh, you still have my ulti.
Monster kill.
What do you mean poor man's Doom? It's a rich man Doom.
Debated.
You're a rich man, but your build's a poor man.
Literally rich man's Doom.
Battlefield seem good yet? Sometimes, you know, it's better to stop making assumption and just watch before you open your mouth, rather than, you know, fucking judging before you don't know shit.
It's too fast.
Kind of like people's genders. Jesus Christ, man.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Yes, indeed. Yes. Double damage. Yes.
I came up with this build by myself. I don't know if Crit used it or not.
Let's go. Fisher.
Roshan has fallen to Radiant.
Gary, thanks for subscribing. Does it look like I need blink?
Coming. What is this Rubik? What the fuck?
Guys, I'm the offlaner. No Shadow Blade. You're not banned, dude. If you can make message, you're not banned. You see how fucking dumb you are? Oh
Could've
my
killed them
god.
all.
You keep
Might have had a
saying
little
dumb
help.
shit, man.
You were the only one with balls.
Also, fucking.
Yeah, okay, I'm actually gonna ban you this time, though.
Money changes hands.
Unstoppable. Let's shake things up. Ground pound.
Nice. Shut if he can't move.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I may have cheated him. He debated me. I don't know. Same shit.
Oh, they're still chasing you.
Your middle tower
I'm
is
chasing
under
you right here.
attack.
Watch get hooked. Watch this shit. Oh man, they fucking banned me!
Why did they try? I don't
Your
understand.
tower is under attack.
Why did he hook you? He knows where you are.
They really want you.
Give me a hooked.
If I get hooked, I'm gonna uninstall
Bottom
Dota.
tower is under attack.
Here I come. Very good.
Yeah, that guy was really dumb.
Enchant.
I'm gonna doom the Shadow Fiend maybe?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Boom! Nice.
Shake them to their cores.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Covering ground.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ground pound. Yes, indeed.
5 minutes, make an account. 1 second to ban.
Face and
And
tremble. Oh, yes. Fisher.
oh shit.
Oh, yes. My heart is pounding. Yeah.
Regeneration.
Your mom is a whore. You like that?
Forward. Let's shake things up.
Wait a minute.
Ground pound.
It's funny that your name is Whore Boy. Whore Boy. You like that comment? You like that?
The earth moves under my feet.
People of Dota too.
Enchant.
I wanna kill somebody. Oh, this fight.
I'm gonna
I don't know, man. No, we're kind of too YOLO here.
Alright. Alright. Just fucking... Let's do it. Fucking do it. Oh man. You're fine. Who's got a
I'm not
Scotty?
fine.
What the fuck? Should have have a Scotty?
Yeah, he does.
Fuck man. I kill Shadowfiend then.
Have a good night, Vineet.
I did cheese and got Satanic off. I did. They did like 5 times my HP and damage. Took literally 5,000 damage that fight.
Hey Lulu, what are you talking about?
I cannot see your message. It says that it was deleted by Google moderator team.
Oh, I called that guy's mama whore.
Yeah, so there's a message that I tried yesterday to say suck dick, I think, and it just would delete my message every single time.
Alright, I think we might actually lose this game if we don't start playing objective based.
Dude, I'm so fucking strong.
Black King Bar. Invisibility.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wake with power enchant. Fresh mate.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Alright. Yeah, we went on a Wraith King, is the problem.
Yeah.
Here I come. Ground power.
How did the TA die?
But Earthshaker is getting shit done. They're all done.
Oh, run.
Oh man. I should just ran away. Why would we want to be toxic?
Say professional ward on the offlane camps. I want to put that there.
Wait, what are you talking about?
I said that there's a professional ward up, and in fact, the only ward on our map is the best ward, as far as information right now.
We have words on the map?
We have one. He's
Oh, yeah,
trying
that's
to
what I'm trying
say
to say.
that his ward is the only one that's staying up.
Oh, okay.
And it's also the most informational right now, because we know they're all there. Or they were all there. Shadow Fiend's not on. Let's shut things up. Want to go on this? Oh, I'm gonna go on Shadow Fiend.
Can you hit the egg? Hit the egg? Hit the egg? Hit the egg?
There we go. Go back in. Why are they fucking stunned? Easy game.
Really confused. Man, Wraithing eggs confused me.
You were actually worried about losing this shit? Come on.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize that was so sexy. You're right.
Enchant.
But we didn't tell you today that you were sexy. I'm
No,
sorry.
you didn't. Come on. Lulu-chan.
My bad, my bad. You're sexy.
Him one job.
man.
Thank you.
So we should go back to jungle, right?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Alright. That's what I'm gonna do. I need to get my BKB before I get the Rex.
Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
The rules in the stream is no toxicity. Got it?
The enemy's middle tower.
You either follow the rules or you don't.
Nice guy, Black.
Let the earth work.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
god, you guys are all there.
Enemy's middle tower is fortified.
Oh my god.
Get the egg.
This egg, I can't get it. Got it.
Oh no!
All these fucking buybacks.
The enemy's bottom tower is fortified.
Let's go, Pudge. Let's go.
Ah, they're all dead anyway.
Correct. Easy game.
GG, boys.
Orchid, the best Ursa item confirmed.
Somebody's in low priority. Time remaining
Huh.
Sunday. What day is it today? Friday?
What the fuck?
Huh.
Friday, yeah.
Damn it, passive bot.
For me it says remaining time tomorrow.
Yeah.
You filled
Well,
already up?
I don't
Or
know.
abandoned, I guess. So.
We the only games I played today were these games, so it's kind of
That
weird.
is interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe. Is this a different kind of low priority than being reported?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, that's interesting.
Isn't
That is a really long
reported?
matchmaking
Yeah.
cancellation.
It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Anyways, I'm done for today, guys. GG's. Thanks for playing, guys.
GG's.
I'll talk to you guys later. Hi, stream. Does anybody have any questions or comments before I go? That was my last game today. Want to get some food? Get out of here. GG's. Thanks, Random Army. Hey, Random Army, I need you to reply to what I'm about to say, okay? So earlier you're like, blue is triggered, lol, or something like that. It's not particularly funny, right? It's kind of like if your mom's upset at you or your dad's upset, right? And you just start laughing at them. It's kind of annoying to them, right? So when you make those kind of comments, it's a little annoying. So I just need you to stop, okay? Why do so many people hate me? I don't think a lot of people hate me. Not at all. So I don't know how many people are watching right now. But there are stream rules, right? There are stream rules. And some of you guys just do not respect the rules, right? Most of you guys are absolutely fine. Most of you guys don't even say anything, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, right? But some of you guys who open your mouth, just like in Dota 2, there's a toxic percentage of the pizza pie, right? You know, you have 8 slices of pizza, there's always going to be one bad slice. Now, there's, how many people watching right now? I don't know, 200, 300 people? So you multiply 200 or 300 people and you say that there's 10% of fucking morons, right? So if there's 200 people watching, then 20 of you guys who open your mouth and you're a moron, well, that's 20 of you guys who are just going to get into arguments, can't follow the rules, have no respect, gonna get banned, dislike my stream, and I have no problem with that. Right? Most of you guys are fine. Like, look at all these people I do not have problems with, right? We got one guy who's banned. Oh, you got timed out earlier. Hey, man. Poor boy, there are rules in the stream chat. Do you understand that, right? So, I mean, it's just a small percentage of these people in the stream who are just have no respect or too immature to understand. Right? Do you think eggs on ES might be a little too good for pubs? I needs nerf? I don't think so. Usually people don't make Earthshaker as a core. I mean, it's kind of a situation. I don't know, man. I've never really tried this kind of build in Divine Immortal, but I will say that it works really well in this bracket. But I don't think it needs a nerf. I'm fine, man. Yeah, it's the end of my day. Awesome games, Blue. Keep it up. Don't mind the people in this chat. Most of them are stupid. Sounds good to Raj. I will see you tomorrow, buddy. Thank you for coming every day. Is Battle Fury good on Ursa? I would say it's necessary on Ursa against Nature's Prophet. But most of the time you want to be farming heroes, not necessarily farming creeps. Yeah, there's always going to be haters. That's right. Is it really okay? Well, I mean, I did pretty good that last game with Earthshaker, didn't I? With Battle Fury. Thanks, man. Okay, thanks, but Whoreboy, I asked you a question. I need you to reply to this. Whoreboy, there are rules in this chat. And rules are supposed to be followed, right? And they're supposed to be respected. When people don't follow the rules, they get punished or kicked out. Do you understand that? You're welcome. Thank you for the donation, Hacker. Really appreciate it, man. This guy's like dodged me saying that like 3 times. Listening comprehension, please. Yeah, no, Lulu Chan's right, Elvis. It's just kind of like I don't really like it when people say, "Hey, man, you look tired." I'm like, "Oh, well," because my job is to be energetic and entertaining. But when people are like, "Hey, man, you look tired," I'm like, "Okay, I'm trying to be energetic and entertaining here, you know." But you know what I mean? It's just kind of demoralizing. So you know what, Elvis? Do you want to make another coaching clinic videos? Not really. Very low payoff for me. On a scale broken to game breaking, how awesome is Orchid Center? Most recent game? Okay. Orchid. Best Earth item in that game. Here, we'll have you, we'll give you a whoa as well. Hi, Rajesh. Hey, were you the one who made the toxic comment the other day? Can't remember. There's too many Rajeshes in this room. Thanks, Ram. Any more questions or comments, guys? Well, thank you, Alex. What am I going to be eating for breakfast today at 3 p.m.? Hey, David, it's not the items that you build, man. As an example, I almost never build Vanguard on Spectre. I know what you're thinking, right? Okay, David, think about it this way. You're buying Vanguard so that when they gank you, you won't die, right? That's why people buy Vanguard. I mean, Vanguard's not really good at helping you farm, right? You're not right-clicking any more quickly. You're tankier, but you're not really farming any more quickly. It's just preventing you from dying, right? Now I gotta tell you, man. I mean, if you're being ganked, you could buy a Blade Mill so they can stop ganking you. You could buy a Blade Mill, right? But I gotta say, why don't you just farm on the other side of the map? Like, you don't have to be where the danger is. You can be where the safe spots are. And if you don't know where the safe spots are, well, maybe you need better visioning or you need better map awareness. Coming every day? Well, thanks for coming. Bacon, chicken? Those both sound like excellent suggestions. Yeah. What can you say about that, Illusion here on shift Q? I don't know what you're saying. I don't understand your question. A bento, huh? Oh, I'm trying to cut out carbs, so I don't really want to eat the rice. Burgers, you say? I usually eat the burger without the hamburger bun. Okay, David, now I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to answer this question, okay? David? I mean, everybody says that Southeast Asia is toxic. And that's not a pleasant experience, right? I also live in Canada, so I would lag a lot if I played in Southeast Asia. So I'm going to have a lot of lag, and it's going to be an unpleasant, cancerous, toxic experience. Now, why would I do something like that? It's kind of like, hey man, did you want to jump on this bar and sack yourself in the testicles? You should try it someday. Ever tried using mushrooms for the buns? I have not, but that seems like a good idea. Usually I do a lettuce wrap, or I just eat it as is. When's my last game? Game's over. Oh, shift queuing to stack? Well, you didn't say anything about that earlier. You're just saying illusions and shift queuing. Well, that doesn't help at all. Well, I mean, like, you shift queue, you move closer to the creep, and then you move away from the creep, right? I mean, you can start a little bit earlier, right? You typically want to start stacking between 53 and 56, right? So if you want all your illusions to stack at the same time, you have to start before that with shift queue, right? So you can start at like 46, 47, click on the illusion, Shift Q, the creep or the illusion next to the camp, move it away, and then you do that with all your illusions. Pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, and do you mind stopping with the caps lock things? Yeah, today's stream is over. Most of them today are rank immortals, immortal ones, mortal I in the chat. I don't understand what you're trying to imply to Raj. What are you saying? Whew. Oh, I have chicken in the fridge. I think I might just cook that. We'll see. Okay. I think I'm out of here. Do you know any good vector graphics designers to commission the next campaign logo? Well, I don't know, man. I'm actually quite impressed that you have something like this. Is this something you found off of Google Images? Oh. Yeah, lots of immortals in chatting every day. Your spirit money. I wonder where you get your images from. I just typed in Earth Spirit Money, and somehow it's a shoe company. Okay. Commission that art. Couldn't you just use the same person? Okay. I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. Hope you guys had fun with our time together today. I'll be back tomorrow. Have a great day, great night, guys. I'll see you guys soon.